Watch Harry Emden. It's time for Harry Emden, folks. Let me tell you. We have to focus on the most important things. I have to say, Harry Emden. Very important that we talk about Harry Emden. We have to think about these important facts, these important things, folks. Harry Emden. Man, I wanted to do something funny, but I'm probably gonna get content ID'd. I'm gonna be like, oh! God damn it! Fucking a content ID. Not the content ID. A bastard. I prefer not to get like an actual strike. I'm gonna be honest. I don't wanna get an actual strike, folks. Let me tell you. Talk about some psychological operations today, ladies and gentlemen, those in between. Curious as to what to expect on TIBER. Tomorrow, eh? Tomorrow is going to be the other thing. The final announcement for the DLC. It's probably going to be one of these,
Z shitters. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, there was an update that had to be installed.
Had to install some updates for some mods, and a bunch of things had to be fixed. So...
Well, I'm still just waiting to fucking be able to make this goddamn thruster equipment, because that's what I want.
I want to be really fast for no reason. That's what I want, folks.
Is this shit even made? Well, that's pretty cheap. Well, the atmospheric... That's like actually quite a few atmospheric thrusters, but still, all things considered, that is pretty cheap.
Well, Harry Emden.
Nine 11. God damn it. Man, I only wish that these dang things properly worked with fucking productivity. It's just unfortunate that they don't. Even though they technically should.
We wouldn't be having this problem.
Well, now we have heavy glass production, but it's limited to level 20, which I find fascinating. I might as well get that done. Also, there's a new build chain with a new resource type called bismuth, which seems interesting.
So that's going to be taken care of, folks. Now, a new ship making brand new products like zero gravity accumulators and electromagnetic radars.
So, I guess in the meantime, might as well make that. Space production. I'm probably gonna make this one for the first time in a while. I think we're gonna make our first brick. I think we're gonna make a brick. And normal design I don't think is gonna be suitable for this because we need space in order to be able to actually produce stuff. This is gonna be an interesting project to potentially figure out. I mean, I still have to wait for this stupid shit to finally research. I want to get the thruster equipment before I leave. That's what I want. be able to start production on that thruster equipment, because I think it's going to be pretty good.
Very good. And Harry Emden.
Almost 1,000 bottles. Okay, where is it? There you are. Probably want this to be pretty big. Something like this. Well, first, we also have to make the space manufacturers. Right? So these are the things they can make. Beryllium coating, so for better walls, and zero gravity accumulators. Obviously, these can only be crafted up here. Which means we need to transport material from here over to Maluna. And start assembly in Maluna. But we have to also make this ship be able to move to collect the bismuth needed to produce a bunch of that stuff. I say greater than when it should have been less than. Fuck my life. refractory ceramics. How do we make this shit? Silica, beryllium nitrate, and aluminum. Okay. So all that aluminum I've been basically burning away for the time being. We should start to store some of it. Aluminum. Only if it becomes greater than 49,000. Should work. I just need more barrels. I just need more dang ammonia. Finally over 1K, folks. That bank of ammonia is not lasting very long, is it? What can you do? I don't know if I want to keep this thing again, because we need the bismuth, but transporting the bismuth, I assume it has a stack size of 1, which means it's not great for transport. So we probably need this thing to be able to move. Go with the big one. Go with the real big one. Oh my goodness, he's designing a flying brick. If 2 of these can support... Normal nuclear reactors can support... how many heat exchangers do I have? Should be 16. 2 of these can support 16. The mixed oxide reactors, which can produce up to 4 times the amount. The neighbor bonus would be 8 times. These don't have neighbor bonus. What? That's weird. Oh, it's because it's not actively eating through any fuel right now. Right. That's fair. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad then. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 48. It can definitely support more than this, but this is fine. So one of these plus 13. So the ratio is that 8 of these or 7 of these can supply 8 turbines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 56. Which means we can have 64 condenser turbines. If my math is correct. Way easier to obviously do this with fusion, but we don't have fusion at the moment. Just looking at the size of this thing, maybe it would be better for me to wait to get a fusion reactor. I think it might be better to wait for fusion reactors, so we'll put this on the back burner for now. Yeah, let's put that on the back burner. I think it would be easy, because then I won't have to dedicate as much area for power generation. Dedicate more space for production. This thing is just so much better. Now I move actually a little bit faster than my exoskeletons. And these can be upgraded with quality as well. I'll do that eventually. I don't want to do that right now. I am fucking zooming. Oh, some of the eggs hatched. That were stuck in the biochambers. We're about to get some more hatches. That's okay. Dead. They show up, they die. And we also got some other goodies from what I've seen. Portable diesel generator. Apparently with similar output compared to a fusion reactor, which is pretty insane. A portable fusion reactor. That's pretty good. 4x4. God damn. It's a big one, though. It's big, man. It's big.
In the great words of Harry Emden, Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Alright, Holy Toledo, we're leaving. I'm now fast as fuck. So fast. It's time to get some Tiberium, folks.
Yeah, you were gonna come back to you later. figure out the ship design later. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just gonna go back and forth between, of course, TIBER and Novice with the research.
With our Tiberium research, we're gonna be searching into so much Tiberium, folks. Command and Conquer. I love Command and Conquer. We love Command and Conquer. It's one of my favorite games from the 90s. It's fantastic, folks. It's a beautiful game. It's so good. It's excellent. Great game.
I would have been playing the music, but I got a fucking content ID warning, and I don't want to get a strike, so I will not be risking that shit. All you have to say is, all you have to know, rather, is I'm a mechanical man. Classic. I'm a mechanical man. There's also Hell March, but that's from Red Alert, so it's a little different.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's TIBER. We're gonna go get ourselves some Tiberium.
Trees. And there it is. In all of its glory. Tiberium. Man, I move fast. Jesus Christ. So yeah, that's another gimmick with Tiberium. You can take radiation damage from it, which is fun. Trying to see where I could find a nice big patch of stuff. The starting area had a pretty decently sized patch. I mean, this planet has nothing on it. Or rather, before we get started, something that I probably should do. Huh? Huh. Some blue Tiberium. Well, I'm still trying to explore, damn it. That's very random. Tiber rock probably for initial resources. So, I believe the map on this planet is similar to your spawn on Novice. The difference, of course, being you have a bunch of big old Well, instead of all the other resources you can also get, and there also being enemies in existence, it's just Tiberium. Two pretty nice patches here. 3 patches. Okay. I know that Tiberium is burnable. So probably burning towers and turbines for power. But yeah, this is like a carbon copy of Novice. Just with Tiberium all over the place instead. See a little sprinkling of blue Tiberium there as well. I'll make the base in this area. It's very large and there's a lot of Tiberium around.
Well, I have resources to exploit.
I'll think about that blue Tiberium later. Never went to go get more of those. It's kind of bad. We definitely need to go get more catalytic chemical plants. Off you go to go get more shit. Alright, what do we do first? Mine a piece of Tiberium. Then we just do ore processing. Recipes solution. Tiberium slurry. I didn't send myself assembly machines. Wait, no. Cliff explosives. Okay. Didn't even send the fucking burning towers. Okay, now you can leave. Okay, cool. Let's grab some blueprints. I'm gonna have to clean that stuff out eventually. And this. This. Cool. Cool. Key. Power first. I'll ask questions later. Time to do some landscaping. Oh, we'll stick the power plant like around here. Sorry, Mr. Fish. Back into the water you guys get to go. Not having hit trees is certainly an experience. Just using bots to clear it all out, it's pretty good, I have to say. This. Storage tanks, pumps. Grab these pumps. Okay, heat exchangers. Fuck my life, I forgot heat exchangers. Okay. Test Tiberium mechanical properties. Tiberium data for mechanical tests. Tiberium science pack. Okay. So I have to do seemingly some initial stuff here. Mm-hmm. Tiberium centrifuge 1. That's how you can make ores. Tiberium slurry separation. Okay. That's interesting. Then we get molten Tiberium centrifuging. Level 2 centrifuges let you make better shit. Ore and crude. And all these various fluids. We get free magic fluid here. That's interesting. Dark matter fluid. Oh, a lot of wacky stuff you can make with molten Tiberium. Thermal Tiberium testing. This gives you more efficient shit and new data sheets. Okay. Blue Tiberium seeding. Tiberium explosives. Makes liquid Tiberium. Leave behind some Tiberium ore and impact. Interesting. The obelisk of light. Big old laser. Tiberium rounds. Less Tiberium damage. Fascinating. Okay, so these do accept Tiberium. So we're going to use a bunch of that for power. Understanding of how Tiberium operates on a molecular level. I believe this lets you be able to convert, yeah, it lets you convert Tiberium into a bunch of different shit. Which is pretty crazy, I have to say. Same with a bunch of the liquid Tiberium. I feel like this game is, or rather this mod is partly expecting for you to make a bunch of science packs on the planet. I don't want to, though. Do you still have a bunch of heat exchangers? You back to TIBER. Do I actually drop off some of these, pressure laboratories here? It's a good question. I think I'll drop off the pressure laboratories. Maybe I will do some of the research we need to do on planet side. Be easier that way. Be quicker that way, too. Send you off to Novice. Yeah, these things need steam to operate. They are very weird, but we'll figure that out. They're not bad, though. Don't need power to operate, just steam. Making steam is not too difficult, especially on this planet. Though the abundance of Tiberium all around. Speaking of which... so the numbers on this. So 7 of these supply 8 of these. We currently have 64. We need 56 heat exchangers. 32. What's up, Chainsaw? True. Like and comment and subscribe. Do all that good YouTube algo shit. Many people are saying that you have to like, comment, and subscribe. Now, why are they saying this? I don't know, but they're saying it, so it's important for you to do it. You would do it. You would definitely do it for your best president, most favoritist fucking president on the planet, folks. Let me tell you. Yeah, get me to 400 subscribers by the end of the year. That's not happening, but a man can dream. A man can dream. A man can dream big. And I think it's important to dream big. Being the shit out of me on Twitch, that'd be like that sometimes. I have been at this for a while. Oh, yeah, you can do that with your website pretty easily. Can we get the steam out? Yes, we can. That's kind of annoying. I'm gonna have to move this down. Wicked. Too bad finding employment in Canada is basically impossible. I was talking with some people that I've gone into contact with, and every single person I've gone into contact with about this shit all say the exact same thing I say. Where I'll just be like, so yeah, like basically finding work is like impossible. It's like unironically spinning like a slot machine. And it always feels incredibly vindicating in my mind when people are just like, oh yeah, you're 1000% correct. I'm just like, yeah, I know. Almost as if I read up on and look into how this shit works consistently. And all the annoying dumbasses who I keep telling this to. Specifically my parents. More specifically my mother. When I tell her that's the case, then she's like, actually, no, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do anything. It's like, here's the problem. The reason why I don't feel like wanting to do anything should be rather fucking simple. Because it feels like, what's the point? It's all bullshit anyways, so, eh. I'd rather ride out the wave of all the bullshit that's happening right now and see if it makes something better. I don't make that much. Like, when I get the paycheck in for streaming, it's only, I only make like $70 every single time. And unfortunately, it's not a 70 is not a very big number, so they'll just be annoying about it, and I'll be like, yeah, whatever, shut up, I don't care. So I'm just not gonna bother. I only made anything from the website. That's true. Well, I don't know if you, are you an affiliate? You get paid if you're an affiliate. I also sit on my tax forms for Twitch because you have to. Because you're not an affiliate, you don't get paid. Okay, Really? You don't get paid? Oh, I think I know the problem. It's probably because you're not very active. I don't know if you filled out your tax forms as well. That might be the issue. Fucking brown tree in the way. Kind of have to do it like that. Pay no attention to the fact that I have a lot of ships and stuff. Don't worry about it. You're asking a lot of questions. And that is bad. No, you should do that. That should work. Right, I have to start mining this shit because otherwise it gets really out of fucking control because it can just keep growing. That's another thing you have to consider. Another gimmick with this place, more than likely. Because, for anyone who knows anything about Command and Conquer, Tiberium can grow. Trying to get monetized over there. That's fair. So we're gonna dedicate one of the patches of Tiberium explicitly to just powering the power plant. And that's gonna be your job. The other patches of Tiberium, I do not like the blue that is on there. Don't really know how Tiberium damage. Actually, what's the fuel value? Gimme. What's your fuel value? 2 megajoules? That's it. It's like, that's pretty bad. That is really bad. 2 megajoules. Better than nothing, though. We'll have some initial solar, but even patches as small as that will be able to last for a good long while because of big mining drills, so it's not that big of a deal. Even though these patches are quite small. I'll move you eventually. Alright, that block is for power. If I need to bring in trains for more Tiberium, I'll probably just do it around here somewhere. The actual factory will probably go something down like this. That means I do not actually have that much space. Maybe this patch was not a good idea to build in. But there's a lot of Tiberium in this area. Not so much in the other area because we just got mutated, cucked. And it's just like, alright, well, I did not ask for this. I never asked for this. Adam Jensen. God damn it. Damn your mutations. If I have to make a bunch of landfill, it's not the end of the world. Don't say that. Never say that. Never ever say that. Do not. Do not say that, Five Blitzer. Bad. Because that's going to get taken out of context. Just want to delete your damn message. The fuck? Well, that's cute. Just want to delete this message. Nope. Huh. That's cute. Don't do that. Even if I know what you're saying is a joke, unfortunately, people are stupid and will take things out of context in bad faith. So do not say that. Yes, 5 Blitzer is young. Make them give up their IP address to say weird shit on stream. No, it's not that 5 Blitzer's just saying weird shit. 5 Blitzer is unironically like in the 14. That'd be like the 9th grade. Like unironically. The damn tree. Get the hell out of here. Eighth. Well, you're about to be in the 9th. Wait, I was 14 and I was in the 9th grade. Yeah, whatever. Yes, the mods will get you because, again, Twitch is quite stringent with a lot of its chat policies. Especially when it comes to stuff like that. Like I've said before. Yes, it may seem like a haha funny joke, but if I don't take care of that stuff, I face consequences. Oh, we can blow these things up with explosives? Cool. That's cool. Well, I already got a fucking community guideline warning on fucking YouTube for watching a fucking Jubilee episode. Even though it was always okay before, but I guess they want to be like fucking cringe and annoying again about it or something. It's stupid, arbitrary bullshit, but whatever. I heard they do that. I got content ID'd, like unironically. When I used to not get content ID'd for that in the past. I'd get like the thing where it's just like, hey, copyright, this may affect monetization, but I'm not monetized, so I don't really give a shit. Right? So I was like, yeah, whatever. And then all of a sudden, this time, there's like, no, you're getting a fucking warning for that. It's like, alright, well, no more Jubilee, I guess. Even though other YouTube streamers, I think like even Lonerbox recently was like streaming Jubilee shit, so it's just like, it's whatever. With what? What about Jubilee? The problem with Jubilee, 5 Blitzer, is the fact that it's just debate slop content. It's just slop. Argumentation for the sake of argumentation's sake. Would I go on like a Jubilee? Oh, if I got invited to Jubilee, I would go on it, right? Absolutely. I mean, it's an opportunity for me to raise my own fucking public profile. Right? I would take that within a fucking heartbeat. Doesn't mean I'm going to really like all that shit. The content and shit like that all that much. I do not want to control C that. Whoops. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, obviously, like you go in, you do your debate, yada yada yada. If you get voted out, you get voted out. You talk about the topic, blah 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 blah. You know, it's good stuff. Well, it doesn't mean I'm going to really like the format of. I still don't have really like the format of Jubilee all that much. I still think it's basically debate slop content, but that's just debate content nowadays. Right now, it's all just slop. And I mean, you know, we've talked about the reasoning for as to why that's the case. It's, you know, broader consequences of hyper commodified fucking media and shit like that. It is what it is. It's good to have that recognition. Alright, water's hooked up. Get what catalytic chemical plants we do have. And use that for our condensing of the supercooled steam. Where are you? Condensing, condensing, condensing. Here. This is not symmetrical and it's now annoying me. Band trip next year that will go on as a freshman is Disneyland, Florida. Nice. That's good. I have never been to a Disneyland ever. I wouldn't mind going someday. $1,800. That's a lot of money. Preemptively start getting these heated up. Well, that's what I have. Don't cover food either. Oh, if you're eating at Disneyland, they're gonna fucking upcharge the fuck out of you. That is for certain. Not losing followers. Not in the intention economy. It's over. It's over. Losing followers. You posted cringe. You're going to lose subscriber now. Posted cringe. Am I not taking any radiation damage? It must be because of my shields. Oh, is it because of your meme take of saying, actually Vosh kind of bad? I don't know, sometimes Vosh bad. But sometimes Vosh glad. But sometimes Vosh bad. Nah, Chainsaw does pretty alright for himself on Facebook. That is his platform of choice. A hit piece I've been promoting some. Wait, there's a hit piece by someone I've been promoting who is an intersectional feminist. Why would they make a hit piece on you? Is it because you didn't say Vosh bad? You actually said Vosh glad? Oh, they did a hit piece on Vosh. What is it? Fucking horse taxes, misconstruing an argument about why pedophilia is bad. Like, which is it? Misogyny bad? Oh, is it because of the ironic misogyny bit? He was correct in that argument, by the way. Chainsaw's the guy right now talking in chat. We did a stream helping Chainsaw, but this was a while ago before you ran into this channel, 5Blitzer. But we did a stream on this channel, specifically watching some... it was some state council thing with the Missouri State Senate. But that was a while back. Should still have the VOD for that. Been here for a month. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't know about that. But no, Chainsaw is good people. Yeah, it was like the thing that keyed me into who he was because I did it, he did it, and Mike Figueredo did it. What? Defend the Vosh ironic misogyny takes or something? Or what? Because again, like I said, he was correct in that whole argument. Yeah, he had, I don't know, Chainsaw has like a chainsaw or something, you know, he'll like do terrible things with the chainsaw. I don't know, allegedly. Oh, you did an ironic misogyny, and so did Mike. Yeah, I know about Mike. Yeah, Mike, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he also did the same memes, because it was like, what, so, okay, because J.K. Rowling did, like, literally a name search of herself, and she was having, she was name searching herself, and she was having, like, her constant fucking meltdown on Women's Day. She saw the Vosh take specifically, and then she had a meltdown. And then lefties, unironically, took the side of fucking J.K. Rowling. By the way, me agreeing with Vosh there was what basically got me canceled out of online Discord friend groups that I used to be in. Me saying I'm like you people are agreeing implicitly with fucking J.K. Rowling's take because you hate a fucking stupid horseman so much. That is unironically some of the stupidest shit on the planet. And I had a couple people on my side. They're just like, it's like, yeah, the way you were treated there, it was some fuck shit. That was some bullshit. I'm like, it's whatever, you know. Like, I'm moving on from there. I don't give a shit. Like, I am overall correct in that fucking goddamn a whole debate. I know I'm correct. But the people being stupid and annoying about it are just like stupid, annoying fucking morons. And it's just like, okay, whatever. $1,000% chainsaw. It's similar with conservatives. If the conservative or whoever the fuck can have an opportunity to hurt themselves a little bit, but hurt those that they hate even more, they will take that opportunity every single time, right? They hurt men a little bit, but hurt women more. They'll do it. Same thing with a lot of these like stupid fucking like misandrist feminist types. Same logic applies. 1-to-1 pretty much, honestly. Okay, lovely. I think we can now just kickstart this thing now. We'll grab a couple solar panels. Chainsaw with the shameless self promo. Inconceivable. Now you're getting permabanned for that. It's more than enough to kickstart. Alright. There's our spicy green rocks. Yes, you have to be very, very careful when you say a lot of different shit like, oh man, I like minors or something. It's like, I know what you're saying is a joke and you're not actually being serious. Like, I know that, but most other people do not know that, and people will be dishonest clippers about it. So again, you need to be very cautious and very wary. And you will get got for that. Alright. It's going to take a while for these things to heat up because these things are dog shit in terms of fuel value. 2 megajoules is terrible. That's the same as wood. And the place is going to get real stinky real quick. I mean, there's no enemies here. So it doesn't... Who really cares if this place gets stunk up? I don't think I really care about that all that much. Tiberium node. How do these Tiberium nodes work exactly? Oh, okay, I see how it works then. Oh, it's like the mechanic from the 4th game. That's how it works. Interesting. Okay. We can chill for now. Because we just have to wait for these things to heat up to about 500 degrees, and then we'll be good. Yeah, these green Tiberium crystals are the exact same fuel value as fucking wood. It's 2 megajoules. And there's the random pieces of blue Tiberium. What's the stats on blue Tiberium? Ooh, 4 times the amount. 8 megajoules, eh? That's not bad. Well, let's just make sure you don't jam anything up too bad, and we'll just stick you in a chest for now. Prefer not to keep these on my person. Lovely. So what was 64 of these things? That's going to be about 512 megawatts. That's going to be more than enough to begin with. Blue. Okay, cool. I was about to say, these things should start spinning up by now, but then I just made a realization. Some of these are not attached, actually. Which means we need a slight adaptation. It's a little scuffed, but it works, so who cares? Well, this one's a lot easier to fix. No substation in the way, so we can just do this. Boom. That's fine. Cool. So there is power. About 600 megawatts. Pretty good. Goodbye, solar panels. Okay, so it's probably time for me to actually start building things. First things first. Move this shit out of the way. Lovely. Alright. Now to start actually progressing. Don't know if you saw the Daho emote. There's a Daho emote? Me? I don't think I've seen the Daho emote. See emotes from all the homies. Gotcha. But what's the Daho emote? The Daho. Listen, oh yeah, it's because we do a little bit of funny play on words. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of play on words. Okay, so I think I need to use assembly machines for the first bit. Because we process ore with water in order to make a bunch of shit. I can't stop that. So what can I do? What can I do? So Tiberium ore processing. Water in, slurry out. 5.6 per second. You can use productivity modules on these things as well. Okay. Well, if we do this, how much are we getting? 14.7. Okay. Assume we're probably going to need quite a bit of this slurry. So probably going to want to make quite a bit of it. The next thing you need to make is then those centrifuges to make other stuff. Blah, 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 blah. This blue Tiberium is going to get kind of in the way. It's going to be kind of annoying, isn't it? Let's not blow up the nodes. Let's get rid of the damn trees. I desire nothing but a perfectly flat surface. Love landscaping. Very good. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I need my big drills. I need my pipes. Pipes. Um... Signal T less than 600. Yeah, don't be saying sussy stuff about kids. Because you should know by now, Five Blitzer, in the political realm, our enemies are wholeheartedly and are completely willing to misconstrue anything that is said by a political opponent to use to their advantage. because they are dishonest. Now, this is quite the pollution cloud we have already. Still not really sure what the meaning of pollution entails for this planet, but we'll figure it out eventually. I mean, we are stinking up the place pretty well, but there's no enemies, so who cares about stinking up the place? I don't know. Oh, weird.
Listen, 5-Blitzer, you just gotta make sure that you use common sense. That's what I say all the time to my supporters. Just use common sense. Common sense, folks.
Okay, we're time to make a lot of slurry. Five Blitzer wants a Daho chat? Mayhaps.
One day we will have Daho chat, okay? Then we'll be Dahos. Big hoes. With my big bros. Big hoes with my big bros.
5 of the slurry. Made Problem website and gave it to them outright. Holiday gift last year. Nice, nice, nice. Ugh. Yes, because of the Missouri state senate stuff. Yeah, there was that was a thing we did a while back. That was cool.
Very cool, very good. Obviously, trans people had to suffer because it's Missouri. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, the chainsaw immortalized it for the rest of his life. Because of reasons. He just did that. So weird, but you know, it is what it is.
No, actually, Chainsaw has retired. He's lying to you right now. Don't believe his lies. He's lying to you. Don't believe his lies.
Hmm. Tipster? I don't remember if Tipster's ever appeared in my chat. We've had one-hand politics appear in our chat. While bro was mostly just chilling. Probably getting ready to stream. Pops by to just chat about stuff.
We love chatters. We love to chat, don't we, folks?
He used to be cool before I got canceled by the unwoke left. Damn.
It's because you're too much of a libcuck. Many such cases, of course. Chainsaw is too much of a lib. He's a fucking lib. Why are you such a libby lib lib?
Alright. Long stretch of belt, go. Well, it's because unfortunately, Five Blitzer, most of the opponents that we go up against are fucking idiots. Yeah, I did say most. Was that really a debate though? Doe Chainsaw? Let's be honest here. I was just like, yeah. Honestly, I just wasn't on there because I'm lazy.
It's because I'm lazy.
I mean, if it was, I won. I guess. But I don't think we really had a debate.
Typical debate, bro. Always trying to debate me.
So me, I'm the idiot. Oh, your words, not mine. What did we even debate about? I don't even know. Blue Tiberium. Cause that shit's gonna clog up the belt. We don't want no Tiberium to clog up our belts. Now we need some of these. we have to move that back, we move that back. Oh, it's a good thing I ended up bringing these big electric poles, rather. Cool. Farming simulator, not the farming simulator. Alright, it's time to say some derogatory shit about fucking farmers. Alright.
It's time to call farmers a bunch of slurs.
Ag. Are you, did your buttholes just grow? You did, didn't you, you little shits? Eating beef cattle. What the? That's not very vegan of you. This is a vegan-only chat, obviously.
You're gonna have to get banned now.
I'm just joking. There's a smegma tree in the way. It's fine. Whatever. These are fine. Do that. What's our rate? 630. That's plenty of Tiberium. Now for the water. Oh, you're learning about Spartacus, the Roman gladiator. Nice. He is a quite a dude. Spartacus. If there was a guy of all time, that would be a guy of all time. Slurry acquired. Tiberium sludge processing. Okay. Tiberium science pack. Data from mechanical tests. Now we can start to make slurry from centrifuges. Then we can get ore. Then with ore, we can start to smelt and build a factory. Lovely. Alright. Tiberium Centrifuge 1. We need stone brick, steel plate, iron gears, and green circuits. Okay. Tiberium chemistry testing. Get that as well. Quick, easy, and instantaneous. One of the first things I do want to probably research is Tiberium containment, so then I don't have to deal with all this fucking fuck shit. And we get the Tiberium node harvester, which I also want. Rapidly harvest Tiberium ore directly from the node. If it's depleted, removes the Tiberium node permanently. That's fine. We don't really care about that. Because we just forehead get some more. That's pretty cheap to make. I wonder why you'd ever make 256 crude Tiberium. Or water. This is useful. Molten Tiberium into magic fluid. That is useful. Steam ammonia. Centrifuge 1s. Get centrifuge 2s. Okay. Molten Tiberium and steam makes liquid Tiberium sludge and water. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. Tiberium chemical properties. Tiberium value data from chemical tests. Well, we need to make all this shit first. Okay, that's not too hard. Tiberium sludge. We'll have to save that for now, because eventually there will be stuff we can process with that. 3 Tiberium science packs. Okay. So each of these recipes progressively make more Tiberium science. That's not bad. That's interesting. Okay. How much smarter am I than the average American citizen? Probably smarter.
You're probably smarter. Very smart. So intelligent.
Molten Tiberium. We need oil refineries for that. No, we already have the source of water, so we can just put it right there. It's pretty easy. Okay. Yes, I keep wanting to watch a video so that I can make the most out of my time. And I keep getting busy with a bunch of other stuff. This. Okay, well, before I do that, I'm gonna go grab some water. I also want to head to the bathroom. Then we'll start yapping about things. So I'll be right back. Ooh. Alright. We are so Barack Hussein Obama.
We are so Barack Hussein Obama. We're back.
How are we doing this fine evening? We're all American on this website. I was about to say, don't lump me. Don't lump me in with you people. That's illegal. At least for 2 different countries. Like the one that I'm living in. Trailer Park Boys. That's a Canadian show. Why don't you like us? I mean, I can think of several reasons for as to why Canadians don't like the Americans right now. You know, 51st state talk. We're still boycotting you guys because of all of the arbitrary shit that your presidents. No, of course not. Why would we want to have shittier healthcare for no reason? Mississippi, you're the only Mississippi. Hilarious and original. Hilarious and original. Mice. Jesus Christ. Someone get Chainsaw the hell out of here. Then you. Should start with this shit. Yeah, you're getting canceled for that one. That was awful. You should feel bad. You should feel ashamed of yourself for that one. I'm not gonna lie. Well, anywho, why don't we make fun of a libertarian? Alright, we're making fun of a libertarian. Our economic illiteracy crisis refuting socialist mayor policies. Oh boy. Listen, speaking as one of Zoran Mamdani's strongest super soldiers, I'm curious to see what this lulbertarian has to say about socialist mayor policies. What was the last libertarian that we went after on this fucking channel? That was a while ago. I believe that was Liquid Zulu. Yeah, it was Liquid Zulu with his like stupid Mycenaean bullshit or Mises Caucus fucking bullshit, where he was talking about socialism. Yeah, I think he was talking about socialism, and he had like no fucking idea what he was talking about. Well, you know, another day, another libertarian, to go over. What do we have here?
We are poor.
I thought this guy was a libertarian. This guy's already doing like fucking schizo-fash edits or something. Well, that didn't take very long. Libertarian, by the way.
The solution is higher taxes.
Hey, internets. So recently in the United States, a couple of socialists have won mayoral elections. You may have heard these two names.
Okay, so The solution is higher taxes. Let's just go real fucking quick, okay? Yeah, it is, you dumbass. For the amount of tax dollars that the IRS collects, you get a return of about God, I forget the exact statistics. For what is it? It's for each dollar that's given to the IRS, you get about $7 in return. It might not be that. It might not be that exactly, but yeah. It turns out if you give your revenue services the ability to be able to fight the white-collar tax cheats, they'll be able to recuperate a lot of fucking money for the federal government to be able to spend on social fucking programs. But libertarians hate that because, I don't know, something, individualism, something, they just hate the poor, blah, blah, blah.
Spouted in the news, Zoran Mamdani in New York City and Katie Wilson in Seattle. And what's relevant about this is that these recent events have proven that the greatest threat to Western society isn't some clueless blue-haired woke-toid shouting into a microphone during some anti-bad guy squad demonstration, that the Western developed world needs to import infinity plus a billion refugees and supply them with infinity welfare and infinity free housing, and that we are to accomplish this
Man, I thought you were a libertarian. What happened? I was expecting some fucking libertarianism. We're already doing the all the like 3 IQ fucking talking points that every single fascist has to say about immigration. Yeah, dude, because that's the purpose behind fucking immigration, to import in a bunch of people to take up fucking spacing and housing. Yeah, dude, exactly. Not for the express purpose of them to just be fucking exploited by a bunch of corporations and the rich in order to make a fuck ton of money. Yeah, totally.
task somehow without actually changing welfare into a voluntary system or doing anything to address the zoning laws in regards to housing construction, and of course by doubling down on the laws that violate freedom of association instead of abolishing them or addressing the ballooning national debts. And then of course these same people wonder why inflation is so high, why public trust is at an all-time low.
Why the fuck do you support conservative policies then? Every single Republican fucking president has blown up the debt and the deficit by huge margins. Reagan tripled it. Trump alone is probably going to be responsible for about a third of the fucking national debt. Why would you support conservatives when they have been the guys who have consistently been blowing up the debt? Nice fucking meme, dude.
Or why housing is so expensive and why the welfare system keeps failing. Those people are definitely a big problem, thinking you can give—
No, the reason why housing is failing within the fucking United States of America is because of housing developers having outsized control within fucking local politics, right? So generally speaking, there's not a big supply of housing within the United States. Now, Mentis Wave here does correctly point out that is a byproduct of bad zoning laws. That is part of the reason. But another part of the reason, and this is what those Ubuntu dipshits constantly fucking forget, another aspect of the problems with housing is the fact that housing developers are not willing to pursue certain housing projects unless, and this is a big unless, they are guaranteed to be able to return a profit. Oh, it turns out that having the profit motive within housing is actually kind of bad, but unfortunately for this libertarian, he just wants a bunch of poor people to fucking suffer. That's really all there is to it.
Infinity people, infinity free stuff are definitely an issue, but it's time we really look at the root cause of the problem. What's really going on in their noggin that causes them to believe that this could actually—
Okay, I know that he doesn't get this because this guy is a fascist. Immigrants, and that is illegal immigrants, do not have access to the social safety net. They don't get benefits from Medicare. They don't get benefits from Medicaid. They don't get SNAP, but they pay their taxes, and those taxes go into those social welfare programs, so they're just a free tax base. Like, unironically, they are just a free tax base. Unfortunately, I wasn't anticipating that this guy would already be spouting out all the stupid, idiotic bullshit, like, instantaneously, but here we are. He'd at least get to some fucking goddamn argument before any of this, but I mean, whatever. Yeah. Basically, like, in the United States of America, and I'm being unironic when I say this, the illegal immigrants, they pay taxes, and they're basically a free tax base for the United States of America, because they pay that shit and don't get any of the benefits from it. Man, you know, for all this talk from Americans consistently talking about no taxation without representation, they sure do love to just tax people that have, like, basically no representation, and that's kind of interesting.
actually work, but rather I'm talking about a problem that even some people who are viewed by the public as being far right are guilty of. I'll stop beating around the bush. This issue, of course, is our severe economic illiteracy crisis. It seems that large numbers of fairly well-educated people, especially amongst the youth unfortunately, seem to not understand that many of these socialist policies have been tried and failed. And not only have they been tried and failed, but they failed for almost comically obvious reasons that could have been easy.
What, social housing has fucking comically failed? Vienna would like to step in and say, actually, no, our social housing policy has not comically... this guy's probably going to bring up fucking Venezuela or something. I can already fucking see it. I'm already perceiving that it's going to be fucking Venezuela. It's going to be Venezuela, isn't it?
Easily foreseen by any rational person. And the fact that we're seeing this economic illiteracy on both sides of the political spectrum to some degree really proves it to be a systemic issue where our flawed, arguably by design education system has critically failed in its role to inform the public about the basics of the basics of the basics. Which, on the bright side, kind of means that if you're one of the people who believes in one of these things that I'm going to refute in this video, it's almost kind of not your fault. Because they don't really teach a lot of this in school. If you're just a regular person and you don't really have a serious...
I mean, you've already been saying a bunch of, like, really idiotic bullshit in your video already. So, personally, I'm just going to throw this out here. I'm probably going to be bringing up the Uno reverse card quite often when refuting a bunch of this idiot's fucking bullshit, aren't I? Because he's already been lying in this video. Like, 30 seconds in, he started lying. It's incredible.
Interest in economics, chances are pretty good that your general public school teacher didn't tell you about any of these things. And in fact, there's probably a higher chance that they outright lied to you about them. And it's understandable really because some economic concepts can be admittedly a little boring. So in this video, I'm going to try and remedy that by identifying a lot of the economic concepts that a lot of people are clearly misunderstanding as proven by these recent elections, and provide some refutations to some of the nonsense and clarifications, while still keeping things as interesting and meme-worthy as possible. But first of all, let's just make sure you're not one of those people in the year 2025 who is still not using a VPN on the internet, despite the fact that a VPN will save...
No free advertising. Fuck you. Don't care.
Guarantee. Seriously, it's a good VPN, get it. Anyways, before really refuting anything, I would like to start this off by giving you all a basic cheat code that will allow you to understand a lot of economic concepts, in fact, most economic concepts really, simply by fully and completely understanding this. Which is that when it comes to the power dynamics of trading, there's actually kind of a true dichotomy in it. There are only two ways you can really get people to do something or give you something you want if they don't feel like doing so. You can either force them to do so by using power, or offer them a reward for voluntary compliance. That's pretty much it. You're doing one or two of those things. You're either punishing
So, enforcement through, well, force, so stuff like colonialism, slavery, blah, 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 sure, yeah. And, what, giving them a reward system? Like, does this guy mean trade? Like a bartering system? What does this even mean? I'm being genuine here. What does this exactly fucking mean? I don't understand. Like, when people trade with one another... they get some form of good or service in return. That is what is known as an economic exchange, right? Like, it seems pretty fucking simple, right? Like, I don't know what he means exactly by this.
People or rewarding people for giving you what you want. Or trade, as we like to call it. There really isn't much of a magical third option to this. You can try and use things...
Okay, like, that's not reward for something? Like... does he think this is a fucking video game? Right, like, does he think it's like a fucking fetch quest? It's like, no, there's a fucking deal done between, like, merchants or nation states or whatever. Some kind of deal that is struck. It's not a fucking reward system. What the fuck are you talking about? No, Party A and Party B come to the table, they negotiate a fucking deal or whatever, in exchange based off of a certain quantity or certain value, and then they do the fucking trade. Like what the fuck is this, like, reward quest system bullshit? Like, what are you fucking talking about here?
Things like guilting people into doing what you want, but honestly that's also a concept that falls under power because it only works if you have power, or at least some kind of intellectual authority gained by first going through this dichotomy. So if you truly understand this, if you realize that it's either power or voluntary association, and you truly fully get all of the things that this fact implies, then again, congratulations, you now understand most of economics. And what's nice about this cheat code is that you won't just start to kind of understand economics the more you think about it and the more you realize what it implies, but you'll also understand why certain economic concepts are the way they are, which hilariously enough, truly getting this will eventually even put you a cut above a lot of well-educated economists, because one problem with standard economics...
Oh my god, can we get to the argument, please? Please?
of it focuses way too much on the what and not enough on the why. For example, you can go to college and study things like stochastic discount factor, which is a moderately complex economic mathematical concept that tries to help you determine the true value of an asset by discounting how its cash flow is expected to go in the future. Now, what makes it somewhat complex, aside from just the math, is that, of course, the cash flow is variable. And what I often see is economics majors, they'll somehow walk out with their degree understanding concepts like this, but having no clue at all why it happens. Which is weird, because you just consider this basic dichotomy, it becomes kind of obvious. Trade in regards to quote-unquote what people want and what rewards people will accept in order to fulfill the desired outcomes in the future is subjective over time. People don't always want the same things, and so naturally over time there will be variability. It's not actually possible to be 100% accurate. And thus from that you will come to the realization of why you need logic to truly understand economics. You can't just simply memorize a lot of it mathematically.
I should have fucking called. Yeah, this guy. No wonder this guy's a libertarian, but he says a bunch of fucking fascistic bull. Yeah, I knew he's a fucking Mises dipshit. I fucking knew it. Okay, I know exactly what to fucking expect. Some stupid dipshittery from Ludwig von Mises, where he barely understands any principles and concepts of fucking socialist economics and policies. All right, well, I'm still waiting for the fucking arguments, by the way.
Formulas and leave it at that. A lot of economic models will help you, and they'll usually be right, but when they're wrong, people just kind of turn into flabbergasted monkeys. And so that's why you need the Austrian school of economics to truly get what's going on. And that's just one example of something that you'll eventually figure out if you fully and truly understand what it implies by the fact that you can either trade with punishment or trade with reward. And you also kind of start to understand the basic problem with government intervention. Like, for instance, this tweet from...
I don't know how many times this has to be said. It's not fucking... You don't trade with reward. It's just an... You come to the table, you make a fucking deal, and then you exchange, I don't know, products, property, whatever. Like, this isn't a quest system. This is not a video game. This is reality. So, I don't know why you keep saying it's, like, via reward or something. Like, you literally said yourself, voluntary fucking exchange. I still don't understand why he's saying stupid bullshit like, you know, it's all about, I don't know, getting a reward out of something, a reward out of this exchange. It's like, that's not necessarily how it works, you know. Two parties come to the fucking goddamn table, they make a fucking deal based off of, I don't know, like, what they want, when they want it, or however they want it. You know, there's 17 trillion different ways that this gets fucking determined. However it gets negotiated, gets fucking negotiated. Why are we, like, bringing in, like, game mechanics into all of this? Like, that's very strange to me.
Elon Musk. The reason government programs are so inefficient is that, unlike a commercial company, the feedback loop for improvement is broken because they have a state-mandated monopoly and can't go out of business if customers aren't happy. No matter how bad the service is at your DMV, sorry to pick on DMVs, you still have to use your DMV because it's a monopoly. Although me personally, I'm not sorry at all. DMVs.
So DMVs are a government service. DMVs are not a fucking business. Why are we saying that DMVs are basically like a fucking business? It's nonsense. It's just nonsensical. Like, the purpose of a DMV is for the Americans in chat. The DMV is mostly used to get your fucking licensing. I know that's like the first thing. I am a Canadian here, so I'm not going to be 100% certain what, like, a DMV is for. Or I guess some of the other services provided by DMVs. But that is what allows you guys to get your fucking licensing. Or if I could come up with, like, an analogy for where I live in Canada, if from what I understand, it's like Service Ontario, where Service Ontario does a bunch of different services for you. Like, for example, getting you your licensing, renewing your health card, a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, license and registration. I don't know if you guys have health cards within the United States of America. Basically, if there's, like, some kind of, like, state ID thing that you generally need, that's what, like, Service Ontario is for, right? And I'm operating off of the assumption that the DMV is similar in that particular respect. I'm not 100% certain. I'm just going to assume that's how it works as well for DMVs.
It sucks, and it's always annoying to go there. But seriously though, this tweet from Musk is really just rooted in understanding of the trade dichotomy. Because government programs are based on power and forcing people to do things, rather than the voluntary side of trade. It can keep going.
No, you fucking moron. It's because a lot of government programs, for example, are fucking voluntary. Like, what are you talking about? You don't have to go get food or like food assistance or differing sort of health benefits and assistance if you don't want it, right? Like, you don't have to do that. Health card goes through private insurance companies. Right, yeah, because your system is fucking completely privatized. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true, Fiveblitzer. So, no. Like, that's already not how that fucking works. You don't have to go get your fucking driver's license, for example, Mentis Wave, if you don't want to go get your fucking driver's license. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I had no idea that the government forces you to basically go get a fucking driver's license at every single point in time. I had no idea that the federal government had such a close relationship with all the fucking automobile companies. Oh, that's crazy to me. Oh, that's news to me.
Even if people don't like it, and so inefficiencies don't get improved on, and thus government programs are doomed to eventual inefficiency. No matter how well designed they are from the get-go, the fact that it's based on power means they don't have that voluntary component, and so there's no real incentive to fix things when crap goes wrong. And so that's your basic cheat code. Just remember this dichotomy, remember that trade is either voluntary or it's not, and you'll become capable of, just from a logical basis, being able to see through a lot of really stupid commie propaganda. Which then brings us to our first lie that is fueling our economic illiteracy crisis. And that is this lie of neo-socialism. Socialists in the modern-day clown world want people to think, and they've unfortunately kind of successfully gotten this propaganda to the younger generation, including, sadly, my own generation, the millennial generation, that there's some kind of new spin on socialism that's going to make it totally not fail this time. That socialists have learned from the past, and there's this new, hip, trendy, scientifically accurate way to do socialism and have a fair and free economy and have it finally work for the common man. And so the theories behind socialism have finally been perfected, the flaws have been ironed out, it's totally going to work this time, guys, and it's going to be great. Hence why I call it the lie of neo-socialism, that there's something new that we just haven't thought of yet that's going to be better. And indeed, this is one of those things where if you understand that cheat code I gave you, that dichotomy of trade, you realize that no, there's nothing new they're really offering here at all. Because the thing
Okay, Jesus Christ, like what? So far, your fucking current argument with the fucking DMV is incredibly fucking stupid because I had no idea that the state inherently coerces you to go get a fucking driver's license. Incredibly fucking stupid so far.
Thing is, it's not some ubiquitous, just general socialism that's the issue, but rather the problem is that they're proposing policies that are rooted in punishing the producers while rewarding the consumers. That's what the whole free stuff dance they offer is really about.
Are you actually fucking brain... Okay, that's a rhetorical question. Yeah, you are. Isn't that supposed to be the point of fucking capitalism? To give a good product so then you can have a customer base to constantly keep buying that product over and over again. Oh, wait, never mind. With the current sort of, like, makeup and shtick of capitalism as it is, everything is fucking fake and nothing is real, so who really gives much of a shit about that? So, whatever. Like... I thought the point of capitalism was to basically have as good of a hecking product as possible in order to be able to outcompete your fucking competitors. This guy is already having a very difficult and inaccurate sort of definition of his own fucking economic system that he's pretending to fucking defend here.
And so when you look at their policies, you realize that they're really just a bunch of things that have actually been tried and failed. There's nothing really new here. Like Katie Wilson has proposed increasing taxes on quote-unquote the rich to fund government-subsidized housing and a citywide capital gains tax, while Mamdani has run on rent control, even rent freezing, and free public transit and government-run grocery stores. All of these are policies that have been tried and failed. They don't work. There's nothing...
Like, where in the United States of America? Are you gonna, like, specify, like, where? Where has this been tried? Like, in America? Like, where? Also, okay, I don't know how many times this needs to be said, but free public transit, we have that shit in fucking Canada. So, for example, if you are a university student and you pay tuition, you can get your hands on a fucking bus card. You get a bus card. That shit's basically fucking free. It gets subsidized by the university because you are a student, you pay tuition. Your tuition is used to give you a fucking free transit card. Something like that fucking works, right? Where you use taxes that Mamdani's going to raise with his fucking wealth tax, taxing the corporations and the rich in order to, subsidize the fucking busing throughout New York City. I mean, it's pretty fucking simple, but the main problem is with this libertarian is the fact that the outsized control of the corporations and the rich is being fundamentally fucking challenged. So, that's cool. Not in the US, you have to pay for city transit. Well, same here, Fiveblitzer. Typically, you would have to pay for... if you're, like, a random private citizen, for example, you would have to pay for... it depends on the city, of course. I'm not sure what it's like in Toronto. Maybe in Toronto they have it fully subsidized. I don't think so, personally. I'd have to double-check that. But if you are, for example, a university student, and where I went to university in Ottawa, Carleton University, and you were able to get a transit card if you were a student. You can go to the student area, like whatever the commons area that exists within for the administration of the school. You just go there. You can get your picture taken. You get your fucking bus card, and then it activates pretty much the same day. And then you can go on any bus, and even the trains, because we'd also have like a train system that went locally in the university that can went to the southern parts of the city and also towards downtown as well. That was also free to go on as well, because you were paying for your tuition to the university, right? So they let you have a fucking bus card, for example. It's effectively free public transit, right? It's being subsidized through paying tuition, which in this sort of analogy is the same as taxes, right? It's similar in that respect.
Thing new here. It's just now being sold to us by people who are slightly younger, in their 30s and early 40s, rather than just old Bernie climbing out of his chair to tell us that the solution to government corruption is, of course, somehow more government. Yeah, no, it's the same crap. Government-subsidized housing doesn't work because it's inherently inefficient, it doesn't really make the housing that people really want, and of course it ignores the real problem behind the housing crisis, which is poor zoning laws, which create an artificial monopoly on land, and
okay, I'm still, like, curious, in what way exactly is social housing as insufficient, right, or not inefficient, right? Like, he keeps saying that it's inefficient, he keeps making a bunch of claims. I'm like, he still has not provided any arguments. What's the fucking argument? Where's your arguments? Any arguments? Arguments? I'm looking for the arguments, and so far I'm like not providing any. Because I don't disagree with what Mentis Wave is saying here. Mentis Wave is correct in saying that a big problem within the United States of America is poor zoning laws. I don't disagree with that. He's correct there. Absolutely. But he keeps talking about how it's only the poor zoning laws which is causing a monopoly, and is having zero mention for how developers, and this is the exact same thing that I criticize all the fucking Abunda fucking dipshits on consistently, not talking about the outsized control that a lot of fucking developers have when it comes to those fucking zoning laws, how they will consistently lobby a bunch of municipal fucking governments in order to have favorable fucking zoning laws, so then they can make as much fucking profit off of housing as possible. Like I said before, a lot of developers within the United States of America are not going to build housing, well, within a lot of different cities, unless they have more or less been given guarantees that they're going to make a profit off of it.
Artificially lowers the supply of housing. This is kind of a silly midwit meme that's out there. A lot of times midwits will come up with a bunch of silly ways to solve the housing crisis without increasing the supply of housing, and they're wrong. Every time this has been tried, it has resulted in low quality housing produced at a lower...
Wait. Is he saying that Mamdani has not proposed plans to build more fucking housing? What? Mamdani has a plan where he's going to build more units of affordable fucking housing throughout the next, like, I would think it was like through 5 years or something, and throughout the next 10 years there's going to be like 200,000 plus units of affordable housing, from what I recall correctly. I don't know if it's 10 years or exactly, you know, he's already talked about this. So is he just lying here, or does he just not know? Lying, or he doesn't know? You can pick, I don't know, take your fucking pick.
Lower rate than a free market policy would have created. And what's interesting is combining this with a capital gains tax. What happens with this is that it creates something known as a lock-in effect, which is where someone has an asset that has a gain on it, a capital gain. So something's increased in value, but they don't want to realize the gain, and so this actually disincentivizes trade. And there's a lot of examples of this, but you know what one big one is? The housing market. When you have this kind of tax, it actually hurts the housing market by encouraging people, or companies even, to sit on properties forever instead of actually selling them to people. Again, kind of obvious when you push the logic of understanding that.
Maybe because of the fact that all of these more recent housing projects, Mentis Wave, have been mostly luxury condos for a bunch of people to have, speculation on them. Maybe that's the actual fucking problem with the fucking housing market, and not whatever fucking schizophrenic nonsense that you're currently putting out here. Because that's the real issue with housing. And I'm going to bring up Canada here, for example. There's a lot of fucking speculation done with luxury fucking condos. I know this is also a thing within New York as well. And
I'm not sure if it's as bad within Seattle. I'm going to assume, given its proximity to fucking Vancouver, that it is rather similar in that respect. But the reason why we had a fucking housing crisis here, specifically in Canada, is due to the fact that most of the housing that got built in this country were luxury condos, right? And for what purpose were most of these housing projects that were getting approved? What was the purpose of them being mostly luxury condos? Oh, it was for pretty much the express purpose of having foreign investment come into the country, to have a bunch of foreign students come in and, well, join fucking Canadian universities. That is why. And as a result, with the recent immigration wave that we had in Canada, I think it was about 1 million migrants or something. We didn't have any fucking inexpensive social housing to house all these people, and that bubble, which was there, because of all the luxury housing that we kept building in most of the large Canadian cities, popped. And I knew something like this was going to happen about like 6 years ago or something, because I read a bunch of stories and articles talking about how people from Toronto were moving into my neighborhood. I was just like, oh. And then I read it because it was because of cheaper housing. I was like, oh, I know exactly what's going on here. That's a fucking bubble. Now, when it was going to burst, that's a whole different question. What's going to cause it to burst? It's going to burst. There's a bubble there. Because if a bunch of people from a significantly more well-paying city that gets paid a lot more money in order to be able to live in that city are moving to a more inexpensive city, like where I was living before I moved to this apartment, that means something very, very specific. It's just like, well, they're either being priced out of being able to live in Toronto, or there has been so much luxury development within that city that, because of all the speculation that's going on within the fucking city, it has made it such that people are being, I think it's the term would be gentrified, or being forced out, basically, because they can't fucking afford to live within that area. Yes, it is gentrification, because if there's a bunch of expensive housing, it is assumed that there's going to be a bunch of rich people that move into that housing, and as a result, all of these services and amenities, such as being able, like grocery stores and clothing stores, what have you, doesn't really matter. The more expensive sort of stores, like your Whole Foods or whatever, are going to move in because they're anticipating a bunch of rich people moving into there, and they're expecting to get business from, well, more rich people. And generally speaking, a lot of people will start to raise their prices as a result because of all that more expensive housing that's being built. Which is why, generally speaking, just forehead building a bunch of luxury condos and zero fucking social housing is kind of a fucking bad thing. Again, I'm not going to deny that a part of the problem is poor fucking zoning policy. 1,000%. But how these housing projects have been getting approved, and the only housing projects that were generally being approved were mostly luxury condos for the express purpose of real estate fucking speculation, should not be fucking ignored. And that is a problem with realtors having outsized control of a lot of municipal governments, mostly through campaign fucking donations. I keep talking about Canada here because that's the biggest thing that I'm familiar with. Not that long ago, we had the Greenbelt scandal, right? So Doug Ford, our premier of the province of Ontario, where I live, there's a segment of land known as the Greenbelt. Basically, environmental preservation, blah 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 blah, shit like that. And he promised that he would not allow any of that land to be developed on housing. He made that promise. When one of his real estate buddies was attending his, I think, daughter's wedding, Yeah, because this was a scandal that he had, one of many scandals. One of his real estate buddies was attending a wedding for his fucking daughter, and he was able to basically make Doug Ford budge on the position that he promised that he would not allow for any of the greenbelt to be up for housing development. And it was a big fucking scandal. All the local news was talking about it. Yada yada yada. And as a result of that developer essentially giving, I don't know, whatever favorable deal that Doug Ford was looking for at that moment. I don't know really what it is. It probably like some guarantees of a position on a board or some shit. Because again, a lot of like Doug Ford's allies have been given that exact same fucking deal. There has been multiple fucking scandals about this. To ignore the outsized control and exercising of power, to use one of your fucking positions here and statements here, to ignore the outsized control and power that a lot of these real estate developers have to help sort of not guide but essentially do what they will with fucking housing policy is something that can't be fucking ignored. Unfortunately, this guy supports seemingly the fucking housing developers, so unfortunately, he's just going to only make fucking arguments that are that are beneficial for the real estate developers specifically.
The trade dichotomy to its logical conclusion, but we also have empirical understanding that this doesn't work from past happenings. For instance, when the Taxpayer Relief Act of 1997 came out, it raised the exclusion rate of capital gains tax from $125K to $500K, and the result was that a lot of older people were more willing to move and sell their houses, and thus incentivizing the trade of housing more, and thus incentivizing more housing construction on the free market side of things, because they were no longer being punished for doing so. Now, of course, Katie Wilson's proposal, if you look into it a bit more, it shows that it excludes real estate. So this wouldn't happen, right? I mean, she's only planning to target stocks, bonds, and sales and other financial assets other than housing exceeding $250,000. Woo, so housing is safe, right? Well, no, because here's the problem. There's tax incidents to also factor into this. It's not really possible to predict who exactly is going.
Why taxing the rich actually taxes everyone? Like in what? I'm so curious as to what the fuck this means. Like, what do you mean it takes from fucking everyone? Huh? Yeah, dude. Capital gains tax, which apparently taxes everyone, when the only people who make any sort of like money, enough money rather, who ostensibly benefits from fucking capital gains tax tends to be the fucking richest amongst us. I wonder why they may might have a lot of fucking pushback specifically against people with who have fucking capital gains. And again, because housing is a commodity within the United States of America, and a lot of the concept being of generational wealth, which gets passed down from within the house, right? Because your house in America is not seen as a place for you to have a home. It is seen as first and foremost as a commodity, which is probably one of the biggest issues, specifically with housing within the fucking United States of America. The fact that basically housing is treated as a commodity first rather than a service or a good that is meant to benefit people is the biggest issue. So, personally, if a bunch of fucking older rich people, because I'm assuming, I'd have to fucking find the study that he's referring to. Does he have it in the description? I'm a little curious. Merch. Substack. Yes, he does actually have his sources. Lovely. What's the fucking source here? I'm curious, like, what part of the tax bracket would those senior people a part of? That's what I'm most curious about.
Work from past happenings. For instance, when the Taxpayer Relief Act of 1997 came out,
Taxpayer Relief Act of 1997 came out. I'm curious. Is this effective capital gain? Ah, there we go. Taxpayer Relief Act of 1997. Let's see. Rollover rule. The Internal Revenue Code also featured preferential tax treatment for older home sellers before TRA 97. Beginning in 1964, homeowners aged 65 and over who had lived in their homes for at least 5 out of the 8 past years could claim a once-in-the-lifetime exclusion of up to $20,000 against taxable capital gains. Right, because it's meant to incentivize people to stay in that home so they get tax exemptions, so then they build generational fucking wealth within the house, which again incentivizes it to be a commodity rather than a service that is meant for people to be able to be housed, which is a big problem with housing in America. Maximum exclusion was raised to $35,000 in 1976. In 1978, the age requirement was lowered to 55. The residence requirement was changed from living in the home for at least 5 out of the previous 8 years to 3 out of the previous 5 years. And the maximum exemption amount was raised to $100,000. Newman's and Rachevsky, 1987, show the annual mobility rate of homeowners 55 to 64 years old increased after the 1978 reform. In 1981, the maximum exclusion amount was raised to $125,000. The age 55 rule remained unchanged until TRA 97. Okay. Signed into law August 5th, effective for sales. Eliminated the rollover rule. Second, eliminated the age 55 rule. Third, it allowed home sellers to exclude housing capital gains of $500,000 or $250,000 for single filers. Okay, and that's on exclude housing capital gains. I have an immediate question here. Is your average single family fucking home back during those times? Like, I'm talking about, like, I don't know, like a townhouse or a brown house, say in, like, fucking Boston. Is it really going to have this exact same fucking worth, this exact same fucking capital gains? Or is this going to be mostly for fucking McMansions? That's the immediate fucking question that I have. Because, again, the only people who benefit specifically from fucking capital gains tax are obviously people who have the ability to make a lot more fucking money, to actually be able to gain fucking capital. This doesn't really affect poor people for the most part. They don't really get affected all that much by capital fucking gains tax. The people who specifically complain about that shit, for the most part, is, oh, the fucking corporations and the rich. I wonder why those guys complain about fucking capital gains tax more and more so. Oh, because that's how they generally make most of their fucking money. Oh, who would have thought? If they owned and lived in their homes the last 2 previous 5 years, no limit on how many times one can claim such exclusions in a lifetime. I'm just curious. What is the tax brackets for these people? I want to see the data. Percent owners. I just want to see how much, like, what kind of, like, tax brackets are they in? Graduate professional, bachelor's degree, percentage owners median household income in 1999. So, medium household income, and I'm assuming, because it also depends on also the city and town that it's in, because it varies from certain cities and certain towns, because you make you either need more or less money to be able to live in certain locations. Keep in mind about the 2 locations that we're talking about here specifically. We're talking about Seattle and New York. That's where there is some prime fucking real estate. And so far, most of the towns here, I'm going to operate under the assumption that these are significantly fucking smaller towns, Mentis Wave. Well, that's a little interesting. Are any of these in the area around fucking New York or Seattle? I'm just curious. I don't know. Why don't we take a look at the biggest one? Weston. Weston what? Weston, America. Well, that's a city in Florida. This looks like an expensive fucking suburb. Well, that's Toronto. Weston, Connecticut? This only just says Weston. I'm curious, because it says the median income in the household income in Weston specifically is about $153K. But this looks like a tiny, like, not a tiny, but rather a suburb within either some part of Connecticut or fucking Florida. I'm just curious. Where is this? Fort Lauderdale. So this is in. So this is a suburb in fucking Florida. Isn't the housing prices within fucking Florida significantly different in comparison to that of fucking New York? And again, this is a study from 1999. A lot's fucking changed from 20 years, or like almost 30 years from this point, Mentis Wave. So you essentially bringing up this fucking paper to inherently fucking refute everything about the housing policies that both Katie Wilson and Zohran Mamdani are essentially talking about isn't exactly fucking accurate. Because this is shit that happened before the fucking housing crisis and collapse that happened, which America still has not fully recovered from the Great Recession of 2008. So bringing up this one random study here, I'm curious to see if there's been any follow-ups here. Oh, what's this? The first contains exhaustive records on single family house transactions from 1987 to 2008. Right, because a lot of people would have lost their homes from after 2008, and the data would have been significantly different. Mentis Wave, why are you not mentioning the Great Recession of 2008, which had a significant effect on a lot of housing policy? Well, not housing policy, but rather housing prices from the period after. If we want to be accurate with our fucking criticisms here, you'd probably want to take a study from after the Great Recession. Why is he not doing that? Well, that's a little fucking curious. It's almost as if him bringing this up is to make him sound like a fucking data male, when in reality, this fucking study, if I were to take a look through the rest of it, more than likely has no fucking correlation whatsoever in terms of the housing policy that both Katie Wilson and Zohran Mamdani are fucking pushing for. Because, again, anyone who lives in fucking New York or Seattle, one of the things they consistently talk about is how fucking expensive housing is in those fucking cities. Again, I'm going to bring up cities in Canada that are rather analogous. And the reason I bring them up is because they are very, very similar. Vancouver, similar to Seattle, and Toronto, very similar to fucking New York. They are often called the Seattle of Canada and the New York of Canada, like unironically. The reason why fucking housing is as expensive within those two cities, first and foremost, is because A, like you said before, and I agree with this point, I agree with him on this, zoning laws. Zoning laws are fucking terrible within both of those fucking cities, right? And they have preferential treatments for a lot of more luxury fucking housing that essentially ensures that the developers get their fucking cut of the money that they ostensibly are able to make a fucking profit off of that, right? And second off, because of the fact that there hasn't been much investment in a lot of social housing and a lot of cheaper fucking housing, it has made it such that a lot of the housing prices began to fucking bubble, because the only things that were being built were luxury fucking condos, because everyone was operating under the assumption that there was going to be foreign capital investment and that those condos were going to be used as speculative fucking assets, so then people can fucking bet with it on the market. Again, him bringing up this fucking study has overall no fucking relevance whatsoever to the current dynamics of fucking housing right now. Like I said before, most of the stuff that's been getting built, it's luxury fucking condos, especially after 08. I don't have exactly the statistics before 08, if there was a lot more affordable housing that was being built, and a lot more like single family homes, but throughout those cities, because we're talking about Seattle and also New York in these particular respects, comparing these first off to a bunch of fucking suburbs throughout the United States of America, not exactly an accurate sort of portrayal here, but whatever, because if we're talking about New York and Seattle, we're going to be talking about the more inner parts, the downtown portions as well, not just the suburbs outside. Again, the 5 boroughs,
don't represent any of the suburbs outside of New York City, right? And I assume it's also the same case for Seattle, right? We're talking about the downtown portions, the more inner city parts. And housing there is incredibly fucking expensive in both of those cities because of what I said before. The only things that get built there are luxury fucking housing for foreign investment. So bringing up, like I said before, again, a bunch of suburbs here, as this study also does, in single family homes, is not exactly fucking accurate.
It raised the exclusion rate of capital gains tax from 125K to 500K, and the result was that a lot of older people were more willing to move and sell their houses, and thus incentivizing the trade of housing more, and thus incentivizing more housing construction on the free market side of things, because they were no longer being punished for doing so. Now, of course, Katie Wilson's proposal, if you look into it a bit more, it shows that it excludes real estate. So this wouldn't happen, right? I mean, she's only planning to target stocks, bonds, and sales and other financial assets other than housing exceeding $250,000. Ooh, so housing is safe, right? Well, no, because here's the problem. There's tax incidents to also factor into this. It's not really possible to predict who exactly is going to pay the penalty for a tax.
I don't know how many times this has to be said, but again, the only people who have a lot of fucking holdings and stocks and fucking bonds and stuff are the rich. Most average citizens within a city, they're not known for being holders of fucking stock.
Tax. You end up with second and third order effects on the market. And so if someone doesn't want to sell a stock, then they also might not want to buy a house. That's how trade works. Assets move. And so that's a silly lie I see people saying, oh, she's excluding real estate transactions, therefore it's not going to affect real estate. Really? So people don't trade other assets that she is targeting for real estate? That just never happens? It's completely insane. If someone has an asset that is affected by it, then it will therefore be affected by the lock-in effect, and thus that asset will be less likely to be used to improve the housing market. And this idea that the government can somehow isolate sectors of the economy and decide how the taxations affect the entire economy has been pretty roundly debunked. And it's pretty obviously insane when you just think about it. I mean, imagine if...
Wait, it's been roundly debunked that the government can have a fucking outsized effect on housing price? Like, literally, I just explained how a bunch of the only sort of housing that's been getting generally approved in most of these fucking big ass cities have been mostly luxury fucking housing, which has had an outsized effect on the fucking goddamn housing markets in those cities. Again, this is nonsensical. Of course fucking government has a effect on the fucking housing market of a fucking goddamn city. Like, what? Okay, bro. Whatever. Nice meme.
If you wanted to buy a house, you've been wanting to buy a house for a very long time, and so you've been saving to buy a house by, say, investing in the Dow Jones or something for 10 years. Now imagine the government passing a law that taxes your gains from this stock investment of yours by about 50% or so. And then...
Yeah, dude, because, again, the average fucking normie is going to have millions of dollars in fucking stocks, dude. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Imagine some socialist midwit coming up to you and telling you, with a straight face mind you, that the government taking away your gains from the stock market will have no effect on your choice of whether or not to buy a house, or where to buy a house, or what house to buy, because the capital gains tax doesn't target the housing market. I mean, just wow. Wow. These people are insane.
That's not the fucking arguments that generally people make about capital gains tax, you fucking troglodyte. You fucking dumbass. It is, again, about the fact that the main people, generally speaking, who want to dodge on fucking capital gains tax are, oh, the millionaires, the corporations, and the fucking billionaires. It's not about average people. Like, average people hardly get fucking taxed at all in terms of capital gains, because I don't know if you know this, Mentis Wave, but in order to be taxed by capital gains tax, one must have capital. Does the fucking goddamn middle class and the lower and the working class have fucking capital for that to be taxed, where capital gains tax gets basically triggered and then people have to fucking pay that shit? No, you fucking moron.
They actually belong in the loony bin. I mean, sure, excluding certain sectors of the economy might make it have less of a negative impact, but having a 15% negative impact instead of a 30% negative impact, I mean, that's still bad. You're still going to make the problem you're trying to fix worse by doing so. And so this just kind of further shows the problem that is fueling our economic illiteracy crisis here. People don't think, they don't use logic, they don't understand why.
I don't know, man. I mean, like, literally the first 30 seconds in your fucking video, you were immediately fucking lying about MSNBC making everyone into fucking sheep to make them want to be poor. Like, doing, like, some unironic, like, fash fucking AI fucking meme. Okay, bro.
why these things work. And so thus they think that they can not harm the housing market by excluding the housing market, as if the housing market somehow exists in a void or alternative reality that somehow has nothing to do with the rest of the market. But what about Mamdani? Did he come up with anything better? Spoiler alert, no he didn't. Rent control has been tried so many times, and it has failed so many times. It helps a few people, the people who actually get to have their rents frozen, but it always has one of two problems, usually them both. One, it will discourage more economic development in terms of housing in the area, or two, it will discourage improving the building that is affected by the rent control. So hilariously enough,
What does he fucking mean? Which fucking study is this? Because he's just, like, these are very, very random, sort of spurious parts in a fucking sentence. Why don't we take a look?
one, it will discourage...
Okay, effects of rent control expansion on tenants, landlords, and inequity. Evidence from San Francisco. Due to a 1994 law change. I'm already seeing some potential problems here. Again, another study from before the fucking Great Recession of 2008, which significantly changed the dynamics. So I'm already detecting some potential issues here, specifically. And the only time when rent control has worked multiple times and has been done multiple times within New York. I'm not so sure about Seattle, what they did during COVID, but yeah, Bill de Blasio did rent control, did a rent freeze during COVID. He did that. And the reason why that policy was having issues is because of the governor not giving him the necessary funding in order to be able to do that rent freeze for people who were suffering under COVID mentis wave. But I'm curious, where's this fucking goddamn article? Is it this one? No. This one? No. Because I'm curious to see which exactly, because this motherfucker didn't list any of his fucking sources, so I guess I have to just like randomly fucking click to find it. Because I have no fucking idea which fucking, or if he even fucking ordered this properly or anything. Oh, that's the one that we looked at previously. The Fox News. Yeah, okay, dude. Nice source. Random Substack article. Is this consumer price inflation? No. Growing power of biotech monopolies. Oh boy. Where the fuck is this article? The bro put in the national debt clock as a source. That's funny. Fair free transit policy. Dog, where is this? Is it this? Does this link even fucking work? No, it's a thing that was not hyperlinked. Oh, that confused me. Okay, there we go. Where is the bit that he's referring to? Download the full text PDF. There we go. Let's see.
more economic development in terms of housing in the...
The lost rental housing supply likely drove up market rents in the long run, ultimately undermining the goals of the law. Okay. Long run. Is it this? Yeah, thus, do... No, it says the... Yeah, it's right here. Literally from within the fucking forward. Okay. 1994 law change. We exploit quasi-experimental variation of assignment of rent control in San Francisco. Again, San Francisco, and this is in 1994, so keep that in mind. Drove up the market run in the long run, ultimately undermining the goals of the law. Landlords of properties affected by the law change respond over the long term by substituting to other types of real estate, in particular by converting to condos and redeveloping buildings so as to exempt them from rent control, right? Because, of course, a lot of these things are going to have loopholes for people, for them to exploit, which is why you need to craft the policy to not have loopholes. Well, crazy, I know. Ultimately, in the long run, landlord substitution towards owner-occupied and newly constructed rental houses not only lowered the supply of rental housing in the city, but also shifted the city's housing policy towards less affordable types of housing that likely cater to the tastes of high-income individuals. So this is pointing out an issue with that specific law, and you're using this to generalize about rent control having problems overall. Okay, when there are loopholes in the fucking law. So far we're not being exactly inaccurate. This 15-point percentage reduction in the rental supply of small multifamily housing likely led to rent increases in the long run consistent with standard economic theory. In this sense, rent control operated as a transfer between the future renters of San Francisco, who would pay those higher rents due to lower supply, to the renters in living in San Francisco in 1994, benefit directly from lower rent. Furthermore, since many of the existing rental properties were converted to higher end. Oh, it's the thing that I've been consistently fucking talking about over and over again. How a lot of these, how a lot of fucking housing that's been generally being built, since even I guess since even now before, the recession in 2008, was luxury fucking condos, because again, it's a privatized market and they are looking to get some of the richest bidders on those fucking houses. And also, again, this is in San Francisco and from about 30 years ago, and was still before the Great Recession in 2008, which significantly changed everything. So, again, not even in the correct fucking time frame. It's nonsense.
The area, or two, it will discourage improving the building that is affected by the rent control. So hilariously enough, it actually kind of has the same negative effects as government-run housing, because you're again forcing people to have that price with the threat of punishment. And so the net effect is that the people who get it for that price, they obviously benefit, but...
Yeah, but Mentis Wave, you're forgetting that generally speaking, social housing tends to be a lot less fucking expensive than stuff on the private market. A lot of fucking social housing, generally speaking, and as a result, it doesn't get maintained as well. Might be because of the fact that they don't get the funding necessary to have the maintenance necessary for that social housing. But I digress. That is a problem with the state fucking bureaucracy, not a problem with the policy in of itself. That's a completely fucking different story. Because of a lot of generally bribery and chicanery from either certain advocates, not advocates, but people within places of power who want to destroy, well, affordable fucking housing policy. But again, I digress. Completely fucking different story, right? That is still a fucking factor to play in this. Your own fucking goddamn bullshit really refutes within the studies that you say refutes a bunch of your own fucking bullshit. Oh, a bunch of landlords and developers, instead of pursuing and anything in line with the rent control policy, are going to try to find loopholes, which is why you craft the policy to not have any of the loopholes. It literally says within your own fucking article, Bubby. It's fucking nonsensical, dude.
But the rest of the market suffers. This has been tried over and over and over again, and Mamdani, from what I could look up, is not proposing any kind of significant, amazingly different way to do it. Or how about free public transit? Now, that's where the problem of subsidizing the consumer while punishing the producer really starts to take effect. Because the issue with making something quote-unquote free is that it doesn't actually resolve the scarcity of that thing. It does not magically increase capacity or increase the supply of it, and so with the price...
Mentis Wave is already lying here, because Mamdani, as a state assemblyman, already made several bus routes within New York, in the area that he was representing, free, and it resulted in a increase in ridership, a significant amount of less assaults on bus drivers, and also allowed... what's the other thing that he typically says about this? And also made it such that the buses were more available for people, because they could run more buses because of the fact that they're saving a bunch of fucking goddamn money, because it's being subsidized by the government. Go crazy, I know.
price factor signal removed, there's no real reason to ration it. People start to overconsume it. And so demand for it gets really high, leading to either A, overcrowded, crappy buses, often filled with a lot of people who haven't really thought out their transit options very well, and of course,
Like I said before, you can just put more buses on that exact same route to compensate for volume. And as a result of there being more buses on that route, and from like what I understand, as a result of putting on more of those fucking buses because more people are going to be riding that exact same fucking bus, it obviously improves the sort of throughput. I'm not sure if that's the correct term. Basically, it makes it such that a bunch more people are going to fucking ride on the bus as a result of it being fucking free. Where was I going with this point exactly? I don't remember exactly what I was saying here. But yeah, like... Oh, yes, I remember what I was going to say now. This in tandem with the congestion pricing, making it such that there is less traffic on the road as well, with the congestion pricing, making it that there's less cars, those buses are going to be able to go faster, get to their destinations more quickly, and more people are going to be inclined to want to ride on the fucking bus as a result. Like, it's kind of duh.
Of course, you end up with jank bus schedules because a lot of times they won't be able to get new buses in time since they don't always know exactly how much they need, since they've, again, taken away the price signal by making it quote-unquote free. And so then, instead, they just punish the productive. Because, of course, they have to pay for it somehow, and usually the standard scam here is to just tax the rich, which I've already done an entire video on why taxing the rich actually just ends up taxing everybody, and that's just the tax incidence I meant.
Again, incredibly fucking stupid. Yeah, dude, going after the rich people's fucking capital gains taxes literally everybody. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. I don't have like an idea for as to what probable stupid idiotic arguments that guy probably makes in that video. I don't know. If I were to take a guess, I'm just gonna take a random fucking like shot in the dark here. Okay. Probably because of people who get taxed more, they're going to take their assets and leave. Good luck doing that in New York, the financial capital of the world. Sure. Yeah, 1000%. A lot of businesses are definitely going to do that as a result. Totally Mentis Wave. And, because every single time, by the way, when all these motherfuckers say there's going to be like a mass exodus of people fleeing certain places because of the increase in fucking taxes, and it almost never fucking happens. Literally, Bill Ackman, who was threatening to leave New York City, after Mamdani won, he literally bent the fucking knee. So again, huff that fucking copium there, buddy. But to say that generally speaking, everyone's just going to like pack up their bags and sort of like forehead leave because of taxes being increased within a city is fucking stupid. There's just like almost no evidence to say that has been the case. Maybe there might be some evidence. I guess it depends on the system, it depends on the city, it depends on the fucking tax base. It's not as simple as when all these motherfuckers just say, dude, everyone like just doesn't heckin' Reno want to get tax-a-renoed, so they just like pack up their bags and just like randomly leave, dude. It's not like, it's not a forehead sort of a thing. There's a lot more complicated reasonings for as to why. I mean, people right now are already leaving the city, Mentis Wave, and it's because the city is unaffordable. I wonder why that might be the case, Mentis Wave, why there's a lot more people that are currently leaving New York City right now in comparison to that of all the rich that are still staying around. I'm curious, why are there so many people that are poor right now constantly leaving the fucking city? Oh, it's because they can't afford to fucking live there, buddy. It's just incredibly stupid, dude.
Mentioned earlier, but interesting enough, again, going back to that cheat code I gave you earlier, if you know that people don't like being punished, which I mean, congratulations, if you understand that, you are a basically rational human being. No, really, you'd be surprised at how many people don't get that one. Anyway, people will often do things to avoid the punishment, or kind of shift things around, or change their incentives, or in other words, they'll want to compensate for the loss caused by the punishment. And so this often leads to them being less willing to part with other assets, thus leading to increased prices and reduced trade.
And like I said before, you craft policy to make sure that those loopholes are just not there, right? That's what you do.
In other words, it negatively affects the whole economy. So it's not actually free. The whole city pays for it. Even if you claim that you're only going to tax the billionaires to pay for it. Well, no, that problem is always eventually going to spread into trade, into other sectors of the economy, and thus it won't just affect the billionaires. But since this isn't immediately obvious, it doesn't really fix the problem. There's no price signal behind something that's quote-unquote free. And so people just keep overusing it, and bureaucracy causes it to become more and more inefficient, and the quality of the public transit thus takes a nosedive. Which then, hilariously enough, people will actually start paying to get back into their own.
Okay, you know what? Here's another example. I'm going to do another anecdote here. I used to live in a particular part of Ottawa with a rather infamous bus known as the 111. And for any of my fucking goddamn Ottawa residents, you'll know exactly what I mean when I say the fucking 111. The 111 has one of the most jank, ridiculous sort of schedules on the fucking goddamn planet. And you want to know why that was the case? Because the mayor of Ottawa, I forget the name, what his name is. It's not overall relevant. But the mayor of Ottawa took a lot of funding away from public transit. Well, that's a little strange. I thought that, like, if you give, like Mentis Wave is saying that if you tax people to give more funding to public transit, that actually has a downstream effect and makes it worse for everyone. Well, that's a little strange because there used to be 2 lines that went into that area because it's a big student area. There's a lot of people that live there. I should know because I used to live in that fucking area. And it made it such that the buses were incredibly fucking overcrowded and that they often would oftentimes, well, not oftentimes, some of the time there would just not be enough room for people to be able to go on during like peak hours. So for like people coming back from school and work and whatnot, because it would go through multiple residential areas and it would also go through a bunch of like highly dense populated areas within certain outskirts parts of Ottawa. And there used to be 2 buses that went along that line. The reason why there was only 1 bus that goes along that line is because of the fact that there was a funding cut. Now, I've been back to Ottawa recently. They restored the line before. And I took the 111 to see what it's like. Significantly better. The timing of it, the schedule of it, and I also talked with my ex-roommate, and he's just like, oh yeah, they added the other line, and it's way, way better. Because it goes through the other part of the suburb, which the 111 was also expected to serve. Hey, Mentis Wave, it turns out if you give funding, appropriate funding, and make sure that there aren't any problems or loopholes in a lot of local fucking policy, it turns out when the state runs a bunch of things, it tends to work out pretty fucking well.
Own cars and avoiding the public transit because they don't want to deal with the crappy quality caused by making it free. And then lastly, there's government.
Stupid. It's nonsensical. Again, congestion pricing. You want to take your fucking car in New York? Yeah, dude. People definitely want to take their fucking car in New York, one of the most congested fucking cities on the fucking goddamn planet. And like I said before, congestion pricing already fucking exists.
Government-run grocery stores. And spoiler alert, no, there is no new, magical, newly figured out socialist way to make these finally work. Yes, they've been tried in the past, and they have failed. Now, if you don't know, a government-run grocery store, they're often created in places that they deem a food desert because a private grocer will shut down, which, spoiler alert, there's usually a reason they do that. And these grocery stores will, of course, often have...
Oh, what's the reason for that, Mentis Wave? Oh, it's because those fucking private corporations can't afford to serve the communities in those particularly generally rural areas. I wonder why they might do that. Oh, it's because having the profit motive for things that have inelastic demand might actually be kind of a bad thing.
Have heavily discounted prices, subsidized, of course, by the taxpayer. But the big issue with them is that in terms of socialist programs, if you want to give people free food, or at least heavily discounted food, government grocery stores are the dumbest way to do it. It's actually significantly worse than SNAP program. Because the SNAP program, yes, it's...
Okay, already the basis of the operation for this is incredibly fucking off here. First off, the proposal that Zohran Mamdani is doing for government-run grocery stores, quote-unquote, it's a pilot program. He is doing it to 5 different grocery stores throughout New York to see what happens. That is it. He's just doing a study. That is the government-run grocery stores. That's not even the biggest thing on his fucking policy agenda. What, it's, freeze the rent, free buses, and what's the other fucking thing? Freeze the rent, free buses. I forget the third thing. But the fucking government-run grocery store, that's like, again, it's just a pilot program. It's an experiment to see like what would happen if we had government-run grocery stores that were subsidized by taxes that Mamdani's going to raise with the corporate tax raise that he's going to make of about 4%. basically making it such that it is the same as the neighboring state of New Jersey. But I digress. It's just a test to see what happens. It's not like Mamdani's not going to get into office and then all of a sudden all the grocery stores are going to be fucking free. It's non fucking sensical. Like, that's not what's happening. You still have to buy food within those grocery stores. That's generally how it works. You still buy the food from there. It's just that it gets subsidized and doesn't have to operate with a profit in mind in order to be able to sell food to people. Like, you still buy the food from there. It's fucking stupid.
Inefficient because it's giving people away free food, but at least they have to buy it from a private grocer, and thus the funds at least go back into the economy. And so while there are problems with it, it's not the worst it can be. And yet government grocery stores come in and try to solve a problem by just not understanding the problem, and thus thinking that the problem with the government is that there isn't enough government. Because another thing with government programs, because they're always fundamentally rooted in power in some way, even when it's a grocery.
Okay, are you going to describe what's the problem with food deserts? Because the problem with food deserts should be pretty fucking obvious. There should not be a profit motive incentive for something that has a inelastic fucking demand. Being able to go out and buy food so you're able to live as a fucking human being. And the fact that there are a bunch of rural communities out in the fucking middle of buttfuck nowhere that don't have grocery stores because they need profit in order to be able to sustain themselves might be a bit of a problem, Mentis Wave. People should not have to travel to the next town or city over in order to be able to buy groceries, Mentis Wave. They should not have to commute for about an hour or two to have to do that, Mentis Wave.
Grocery store and there is some kind of voluntary exchange at the checkout stand, it's still subject to the bureaucratic rule of three. And so, of course, the result is that the store is always going to be run poorly. And so these grocery stores always end up losing money. I think the silliest example was
literally, that makes no fucking sense. Oh, there's like a free democratic exchange, so therefore it's just not... instead of the money going back into the heckin' economy, bros... it's totally going to just sit there and rot and make it such that it doesn't do anything, bros. Like, okay, Mentis Wave. I know this might be a difficult concept for you to understand, but a bunch of money that's being hoarded by a bunch of corporations and rich people is already sitting around in bank accounts, just collecting dust and not doing anything. If you are in a government-run grocery store, you go in, you exchange money for goods, and then you give the money to the fucking cashier, and then that cashier takes the money that they made, and then they spend it elsewhere. That's how velocity of money works. I thought you were a heckin' based economics guy. I thought we had a basic understanding of economics in this channel. Like, that's how it fucking works. Capitalism, how it is ideally supposed to function, is with the free flow of money. Money is constantly circulating within the system. One of the biggest problems right now is that I would say the vast majority of wealth and money that exists within the United States of America is stagnant. It is tied up in just assets or the stock market and is just sitting around doing fucking nothing, which is a fucking problem, which is why, the US has economically stagnated the way it has.
Erie Market from Erie, Kansas in the past. This is one where the private owner of the store retired, and so the city bought it from him. They ran it poorly because it consistently lost money, and so they ended up selling it back to the private sector. And another issue with these kind of grocery stores is that sometimes...
What do you mean they ran it poorly? What is this fucking article? I'm curious. Let's see if I can fucking find it. Here we go. Erie Market closing again. Residents concerned for future. There's some random sound coming out of nowhere. The Erie Market in Erie, Kansas is expected to close by the end of August when River Grocery LLC's one-year lease expires. The city-owned store has struggled with operations since the city purchased it in 2020, with shelves becoming increasingly bare over recent months. Mentis Wave, what happened during 2020? Oh, it was COVID. Yeah, it was COVID, but okay. Becoming increasingly bare over the recent months. Residents face at least a 15 to 20 minute drive to the nearest grocery store, creating concerns about access to fresh and affordable food. Yeah, this is not... I don't think this is exactly a great example because the other one that I often refer to is a place within Florida. And that was also a state-owned grocery store that also ended up having to close its doors. Why? Because of COVID. COVID forced tons of fucking small businesses and tons of smaller fucking grocery stores and restaurants to be closed because there was a plague going around the fucking country, and as a result of that plague, people were forced to stay inside the house and were having to order through Amazon instead, or order through a bunch of fucking apps instead, which had a adverse effect on people going into their local fucking markets. Nice fucking meme, dude.
Times the problem is just very high crime and high theft, and so that's why the store leaves. And the unfortunate reality is that crime and theft
COVID, man. It's because of COVID. I wonder why there was a lot of fucking crime that was generally happening as a result of fucking COVID. Oh, because it was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. It caused huge economic upheaval, and a bunch of people who were already in poverty were forced to have to do drastic things in order to be able to survive, Mentis, so they had to turn to fucking crime. It's pretty fucking simple here.
theft isn't necessarily always caused by socioeconomic factors. There's a lot of other factors at play. And so they bring in the government-run grocery store, but they don't really think to address why the crime is happening. Like, for example, one government...
Bro, what fucking relation does this fucking have to government-run fucking grocery stores? The stabbing of the fucking Ukrainian refugee. That's a byproduct of the problems of the criminal justice system that exists within the United States of America. Because like I said before, this guy, I believe, who was allowed out... What was it? It was a lot of fucking times. He was not forced to have to fucking pay bail and stuff like that. And he was let back out on the streets. And he still was doing crimes. Now, I think there should be particular thresholds. Like, yeah, if a dude just keeps doing the crime over and over and over and over and over again, yeah, he should eventually just be forced to stay behind bars probably for a bit longer and not just be allowed to go back on the fucking streets. I'm not exactly certain as to why. I'm really bad with this fucking name. I just forget the fucking name. Why he was allowed to go out without fucking paying bail or posting bail or anything. Probably because of cashless bail, yada yada yada. The idea that you have to put up the money in order to be able to pay for your fucking bail every single time has problems inherently, but that's a completely fucking different story. The fact that this guy was a constant fucking repeat offender, at some point it's just like, okay, either you have to go to like some form of like therapy, or you have to be put behind the fucking slammer and be forced to be put into some kind of fucking therapy. Because why do you keep doing the same shit again over and over and over? There's a problem here that needs to be fucking addressed. But again, are people like Mentis Wave going to do anything about that problem? No.
Run grocery store in Kansas called Sunfresh. People were investing millions into this thing. The reason it had to come up was because there was a food desert created by grocery stores leaving due to theft.
Wait, again, what? Oh, this is more recent. Okay, so 2025. Due to theft? I'm not sure what exactly Kansas's policy exactly is with minimum post to bail or some shit. Because right, like for example, like in California, right, if you steal $950 worth of stuff, like it's not that the police aren't going to do anything about this. You're not going to get fucking arrested, but you're still going to have like something on your fucking criminal record. It's something like that. I have to ask Boy Meets Mini exactly how that fucking policy works. There's problems with the policy. I don't disagree with that. But is it because of fucking theft? I'm curious. Why don't we take a look at the sources? Trouble at Kansas City grocery stores closes by nearly $18 million in city investments. Sunfresh at 31st Street and Prospect Avenue is one of the only grocery stores for miles. It has been struggling to fill shelves recently despite 10 years of taxpayer money to renovate it and keep it in business. Again, a big problem that contributes to this problem was COVID, but I digress. Despite almost $18 million over the past 10 years, Sunfresh store in Linwood Shopping Center. Linwood Shopping Center. So this isn't a mall? Okay. Generally speaking, a lot less foot traffic has been going to malls. That might also contribute to this as well. Unforeseen circumstances beyond our control. We are no longer at this able to serve the community. Only grocery store within a mile. I'm about to cry. This is real life. Has been struggling for the past year. Neighbors, store owners, and nonprofit development company operated the store blamed crime and fucking homelessness. Okay? They're blaming crime and homelessness. Neighbors, store employees, and nonprofit development company. The nonprofit development company. Okay? Store couldn't survive through Kansas City Council pumped $750,000 to operation. You don't go for having 14,000 customers when we acquired the store down to now about 2,000. Community Builders of Kansas City President. There was security at the shopping center as a smattering of shoppers came to the Sunfresh stores. Oh, there's security there. Okay. Why didn't that fucking deter crime? Oh, I wonder why. After a high-profile visit at the center, Kansas City Police Chief Stacy promised more patrols. The department said Tuesday it delivered. KCPD works with city officials, had increased patrols in the area to include having officers assigned specifically to the 31st and Prospect Corridor for 24/7 police presence. Okay. So they had police presence there, but there was still apparently crime and homelessness. But there's police presence there. But that would mean that, wouldn't that then exactly mean that crime should be going down, but homelessness should also fucking go down within that fucking area because of the police going in to smack in a bunch of fucking skulls of people? Shows to you how, in reality, a lot of those policies tend to be incredibly ineffective, but I digress. Fixed up the building. Lucas said the building is sound ready for a new tenant. Always been some areas of exploration. Community Builders of Kansas City CEO Emmett Pearson said his organization worked tirelessly to provide food to the urban core. Community Builders have been vocal for years about our concerns and fears regarding their increasingly insurmountable challenges of the KC Sunfresh Midtown location, he said in a statement. Oh, that's it? So we're just getting it from the nonprofit and also the I keep hearing this fucking sound in the background. I have no idea what it is. So the nonprofit and also not just the nonprofit, but also neighbors, the store owners, and a bunch of other people said that it was because of crime and fucking homelessness, or store employees rather said it was because of fucking crime and homelessness. I'm just curious, what exactly was the fucking margins here? They even had police to try to crack down on this, and it clearly did fucking nothing. It shows to you exactly how much an increase in terms of funding of policing and stuff like this ultimately doesn't really do anything to deter a lot of that stuff. But in reality, it's a increase in betterment of people's material conditions is the actual sort of way to fix that fucking problem. But I digress. I'm just curious, because this doesn't really specify any of the reasonings for as to why this place ran out of fucking funding and why the city decided to not give any more funding. I think it might be because of the fact that you don't go from having 14,000 customers when we acquired the store down to now about 2,000 because of management. So it seems like it's not because of crime and homelessness, but because of a problem with management. I'm getting fucking conflicting sort of arguments here, and I'm not exactly certain which one it is. So to say that it's a general problem with government-run grocery stores as a result of fucking crime and homelessness, I don't think that's an exactly accurate fucking claim here.
People were investing millions into this thing. The reason it had to come up was because there was a food desert created by grocery stores leaving due to theft. And so then this government-run grocery store comes in and also gets destroyed by theft. Absolutely brilliant. Class act. Except this time they also stole from the taxpayer as well. And Mamdani, he's just proposing more of this in New York City. It's not gonna get better, and it's also just kind of completely unnecessary.
I don't know how many times this has to be said again. It's just a fucking pilot. It's a pilot program. It's a pilot program.
The private sector already does a good job of running grocery stores. Every time the government tries it, they ruin.
Oh, really? And you keep... Hey, Mentis Wave. Why are the fucking food deserts coming up to begin with? Oh, it's because of the fucking the profit motive and a private sector running the fucking grocery stores. So clearly they're not doing as good of a job as you may think.
ruin it because, again, the price indicators aren't there anymore, and so it's just a big waste of time. And when you look behind the scenes, what you're really seeing is it's all just the same old equity propaganda. We need these stores because there's food access equity. And what these socialists are doing is they're trying to fix that problem without understanding the problem. And what's weird is that plenty of people have called out Mamdani and Wilson over how these policies aren't really going to work, which interestingly enough brings me to the second major lie, which I guess the best way to call it is the anti-economics conspiracy theory. Because of course economists, even mainstream economists, have come out against Mamdani's policies and explained why Wilson isn't really doing anything new. It's not going to work. It didn't work before. They haven't changed anything. There is no neo-socialism. And yet these words fall on deaf ears. And the reason for it, as I found out, is that there's this really weird distrust of economics that's kind of been spreading throughout the populace. And it's based on some really dumb fallacies. That may sound a bit weird, so let me give you an example to show you what I'm talking about. This X post right here that I replied to. Why Mamdani would be bad for struggling young New Yorkers, explained by a 67-year-old billionaire who lives in $22 million estate in Dallas. And of course, the problem is the argument he was giving was just basic economics. So yes, this guy is unironically implying that he's wrong.
Wait, what's the fucking tweet there? I'm curious. Spending economics is rich, therefore he is wrong. But he would be required to think for even sound. What's the fucking take? Oh, it's from fucking Andrew Cuomo. Wait, but Andrew Cuomo is an out-of-touch fucking weirdo. He constantly would not campaign with the community, never listen to any of their fucking concerns, and would consistently sort of talk about going to the fucking Hamptons and appeal to people in order to get fucking money for his campaign there. Yeah. And very often would come out of into New York City in a suburban from his fucking McMansion outside of the bounds of the city. So, it makes it look like he doesn't understand the problems of the fucking community. That's how optics works, Ventus Wave.
Struggling young New Yorkers, explained by a 67-year-old billionaire who lives in $22 million estate in Dallas. And of course, the problem is the argument he was giving was just basic economics. So yes, this guy is unironically implying that he's wrong simply because he's rich. And this actually ties into kind of a...
But that was Andrew... That was a response to fucking Andrew... Is Andrew Cuomo a fucking economist now? I thought he was a lawyer. Okay, dude. Nice meme.
A greater conspiracy theory that the reason most economists, or people who study the economy logically in some way or form or another, generally reach the conclusion that the free market is a good thing. A lot of socialists especially seem to think that this is some kind of plot or gaslighting tactic, or that economists are all being paid off by the rich to essentially preach free market economics. And as much as I hate it to label something a conspiracy theory, because of course calling something a conspiracy theory doesn't automatically make it wrong, in this case it makes sense because socialists seem to believe this despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. For example, the Mises Institute, which is probably the economists who have the greatest level of free market approach to things, or the Austrian school, they actually...
I wonder why you soy out for the fucking Mycenaean school. Oh, yeah, because they have a bunch of demented interpretations of fucking economics because of the fact that they themselves were also benefiting that of the fucking rich. Like, they believed in fucking laissez-faire, free economic fucking capitalism. It's not like the Mises Institute wasn't getting fucking paid by rich people. No, they just fucking believed in, what if we just did more fucking free market capitalism after the collapse of it during the 1930s. It's fucking silly.
Have a lot less funding to them than most other schools of economic thought. It just kind of immediately puts a wrench in the idea that we're all being paid off somehow or have some reason to support the free market that is a bit more nefarious. And another problem with the reasoning is you'll notice that a lot of times there are rich people who support socialism, and the rich who do support socialism are often those who got rich through purely luck, like being handpicked as a Hollywood manufactured star or something, or just inherited their wealth. Those are the ones that are most likely...
What, are you fucking talking about Hassan there or something? Like, okay.
To be socialists and have authoritarian ideas on the economy. It's generally the self-made rich people, the ones who actually did well, who will explain economics to you and explain why the free market is good. Whereas if this conspiracy was true, I would honestly expect the opposite of this. But of course, the biggest problem just comes back to logic. A lot of economics really just confirms what the Austrian school already logically figured out is true. For instance, going back to the cheat code I mentioned earlier, understanding that trade is either voluntary or not will help you reach a lot of those economic concepts simply by yourself, simply by thinking about it and reaching the logical conclusions by yourself. And so really this is...
Obviously, like, we have to operate on, like, ridiculously sort of, like, reductive sort of positions on how fucking economics works. Obviously, that is a part of how economics works, but it's a little bit more fucking complicated than that. It's not just as simple as it's a free fucking exchange between two parties, or it's economic fucking coercion via, like, a colonialism or whatnot. It's a little bit more fucking complicated nowadays.
This is the equivalent of someone saying that 2 plus 2 equals 5, and the only reason that we're always saying that 2 plus 2 equals 4...
Bro, you support the fucking Republican Party, who literally preaches that 2 plus 2 equals fucking 5. You support fucking conservative economic principles. Mises also believed in a lot of idiotic conservative economic principles, like trickle-down fucking economics. So, okay, bro. That's literal 2 plus 2 equals 5 economics. Alright, bro. Nice meme.
is because elite mathematicians are engaged in a mass gaslighting conspiracy to hide the truth from the people about how 2 + 2 = 5. Which I guess, in a way, that kind of makes sense if you put yourself in the shoes of someone who's just completely mathematically incapable. If you truly believed, with all of your heart, that 2 + 2 really does equal 5, and you don't really have any other good argument as for why, but you still truly, fully believe it, and you refuse to let go of that belief, then yes, you—
I don't know, Mentis Wave. Most of the fucking arguments that you have been laying out have been not really fucking substantiated all that much, and I've taken a look at some of the articles that you're fucking referring to. Either there's some details missing, or they are so far out from the current dynamics at fucking play right now that they don't really necessarily apply. And they're not even in the exact same fucking cities or fucking towns. It's nonsense.
You are kind of forced to say that all mathematicians and all the school textbooks on math, and pretty much everything related to computers, because computers wouldn't work if 2 + 2 = 5, you have to believe that it's all part of some huge mass conspiracy. But I think the most interesting thing about it is that it's kind of, in a way, projection. You see, socialists—
Hold on, you want to talk about fucking mass conspiracies?
We are poor.
What's
The
this?
solution is higher taxes.
Hey, internet.
Wait. We want to talk about fucking conspiracy theory? Conspiracy posting?
We
You ain't got no fucking place to talk about fucking conspiracy posting. Yeah, dude, nice fucking AI image here. Like, MSNPC, MSNBC, not even fucking consistent here. Nice fucking meme, bro. Yeah, okay, dude.
A projection.
So
You see,
stupid.
socialists generally tend to believe in the labor theory of value, and so thus they believe that the rich are getting rich by exploiting the workers, by extracting their surplus labor value, and stealing it from them. And so based on this belief, they're assuming that all rich people are evil, and that's because all rich people are evil, specifically rich business owners who are stealing the surplus labor value. They are thus asserting that they also must be evil enough to spread this massive lie about the free market being good. And that is actually psychological projection, because they're judging people's motives based on what they believe, rather than what the person they're judging likely believes. I've seen this kind of bad reasoning in theology debate.
Wait, What? Also a fucking libertarian that has a love of theology. Okay, sure, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? That is how it works. Okay, so if a fucking surplus of labor is not the reason for as to why capitalists make a lot of fucking goddamn money, then how exactly do you fucking explain? God, I don't exactly remember where I was going with this point. How exactly, if it's not the case that it is not a surplus amount of labor that is being taken, then why do fucking companies and corporations refuse to increase fucking wages consistently and do everything possible to keep wages as low as possible for their employees as much as they can? Why is that? Why don't they why do they fucking do that? What, is it because, like, I'm supposed to agree with a random person's judgment? It's just like, well, that's what I feel like is supposed to be paid for a position like that. Well, who gets to make that fucking judgment then exactly, Mentis Wave? Who makes that judgment exactly? Someone who has the who inherently wants to make as much fucking profit as possible off of your fucking labor? That I should trust them and believe them when they say that, oh, I think you're inherently already making enough for this fucking sort of work on this, I don't know, like factory, let's say, for example. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Why must the capitalist, who does no work, who does none of the fucking labor, be the one who gets to predetermine that? It's nonsense.
Debates before. For instance, I saw a Christian apologist who I guess believed that he was talking to an atheist use this typical argument, which, by the way, this is a bad argument. If you're a Christian, don't use this argument. If you ever get into theology or apologetics, do not use this argument. It's very bad. Anyway, he said that, oh, the only reason you don't believe in God is because you must hate God. And the problem is he was actually debating a Muslim, and I just didn't realize that. And so the Muslim replied, well, actually, I think you're the one who hates Allah because you reject Muhammad's word. And of course, they were both wrong, especially since technically Yahweh and Allah are the same person, but whatever. The core problem of the reasoning is that the reason someone doesn't believe in a certain thing isn't because they hate that certain thing, it's because they just don't believe it. They haven't seen enough evidence to believe in it. And so the reason a Christian isn't a Muslim isn't because they hate God, it's because they just don't believe that the Quran is the word of God. For whatever multitude of reasons led them to conclude that the Bible was a better source of truth. And likewise, the reason a Muslim is not a Christian isn't because they hate God, it's because for them the opposite is true. They have seen various reasons and whatever that have led them to believe that the Quran is true. And of course, if it was an atheist, the reason an atheist doesn't believe in God isn't because they hate God. I mean, you can't really hate something you don't believe in, it's very ridiculous anyways. It's just because they haven't seen proof that God exists. They don't think there's enough evidence to believe it, for whatever reason. But the point is, the fallacy here is just projection. They're taking what they believe and projecting it on other people and taking what motives they would have for believing something and projecting it onto their opponent. So for instance,
That's really fucking funny coming from a dude who believes in Austrian fucking economics, who wants to project like, dude, if we just like funnel more and more resources to the fucking rich, therefore it's going to be a great economic productivity for everyone. Despite the fact that we are currently in the fucking Trump administration, more and more money is currently trying to be funneled to the fucking rich. Oh, and it's producing terrible fucking economic outcomes. Whoops.
a Christian might tell himself, oh, I believe that the Bible is the Word of God. And so to them, if they were to stop following the Bible, they believe that the reason they would do that is simply because they wanted to sin or they hated God or something like that, because that's what they believe. And when it comes to understanding other people's beliefs and other people's motives, a lot of people seem to forget that that's actually really terrible reasoning. It's extremely solipsistic. And that's pretty much what socialists are doing in this one. They're just projecting their idea that rich people are lay evil, exploiting lay workers who are lay innocent victims, and therefore because they
Buddy, we could make the exact same argument for probably like the shit that you believe in. What makes you believe that rich people are inherently better than everyone else? What, because they have a bunch of money? And you want to talk about how socialists are being fucking solipsistic. Buddy, Uno fucking reverse card. We can flip that argument right on top of you. What makes you believe that rich people are inherently fucking better? Right? Why is that? If you only believe that socialists say the things that they do because of the fact that they think that rich people are evil, okay, what makes them inherently good? Why don't you, are you going to fucking argue for the affirmative on that one? I don't think so.
they are lay evil, and the only reason, at least in the socialist minds, they would do that is because they are lay bad. Well then, they must also be bad enough to engage in this mass gaslighting conspiracy, and all rich people are just lying to you about the economy, so that they can keep exploiting workers and extracting their surplus labor value. And of course, it's nonsense. It's very dumb. And this kind of then immediately jumps into
Again, like, that's not the reason why. Again, capitalists extract the surplus labor that workers and laborers put into the creation of their product because that's the current economic system that we exist under. The capitalists, the bourgeois, the rich, they don't do any of that fucking labor. They are the people who have the ownership over the fucking means of production, right? They own the machines, they own the factories, they are the ones who purchase the raw materials for the laborer to work on and whatnot. And then they are the ones who come up with some, I don't know, predetermined amount of value to pay to that fucking goddamn laborer. What socialists are challenging there is the idea of, like, why does it have to be some random dude who's on top of this, well, hierarchy, who has to be the main guy who can predetermine how much value someone should be given to that fucking laborer for their fucking work. Because there's another part of the labor theory of value that a lot of these dipshits constantly forget. The concept of to each according to their ability, to each according to their need. People forget about this constantly because socialism already has a solution for this problem. If you're going to be a bourgeois sort of capitalist that sits around and does nothing, well, clearly that means you don't really need much, not funding. I was going to say funding. That you do not need to be paid for that fucking a sort of like work that you're not accomplishing. It means that you do not need any of the resources necessary in order to be able to participate, because you already have your needs met, so therefore you're all fucking good. You're all fucking good. But again, this guy's just like, well, you know, socialists believe that rich people are just inherently bad because of labor theory of fucking value. Again, I have to ask you this question, Mentis Wave. Why does it have to be some random fucking rich dude who you're probably never going to fucking see in your life if you're just a random factory worker who has to be the guy who determines how much you get paid to do a particular job? Why does it have to be that random fucking dude? Why can't you be the one who determines that? Why can't people who gather together as a collective be the ones who can fucking determine that? And determine other fucking labor rights and stuff like that? Why does it have to be that one fucking dude? What did he do in order to fucking earn that position? What did he do? Oh, that's right. Just have a bunch more money than everyone else.
the third lie, which is, I guess we'll call it the regulation lie. A lot of times, market authoritarians who want the government to control something, they will always point to rising costs that are negatively impacting citizens and the poor, and therefore the government needs to jump in and help. And this, of course, comes with it packed with a very simple lie, which is this idea that regulation reduces the prices. And the problem with it is it's usually only true in the short run, if it is ever true. In the long run, we actually have pretty solid data showing that this is just not the case. In fact, this one,
literally the stuff with insulin prices would immediately fucking disagree with you, Mentis Wave. People used to have to pay hundreds upon hundreds of dollars for just a bottle of fucking insulin. Regulation happened through the, I believe it was the Inflation Reduction Act that made it such that Medicare can now negotiate for insulin prices, and it went from, well, depending on who the on the area, who was the fucking insurer, blah 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 blah, but it went down from hundreds of dollars of a bottle to being capped to about $35 a fucking bottle. Well, that's a pretty clear instance of regulation immediately having an effect on prices.
I'm not really going to spend much time on because it's pretty easy to refute if you just look at this graph right here. Price changes of consumer goods and services. And we see hospital services at the top have gotten over 200% more expensive in the last 20 years or so. The next is college, tuition, and college.
Wow, I immediately fucking refuted this instantaneously. Guess what got canceled for college tuitions and fees? Why it went up significantly? Oh, it got fucking cut out because of a lot of the subsidies that Ronald Reagan did. He got rid of the subsidies for that. That made college inexpensive. Oh, that's what happened. And same with like a lot of this other shit. College textbooks, medical care services. I literally just immediately fucking said insulin is a immediate disprover of this. Went down fucking significantly. It's fucking stupid, man. It's almost as if there's a lot of corporations and lobbyists and people amongst the rich who lobby the government to give them favorable policies so they can make as much money as possible, Mentis Wave.
College textbooks, medical care, childcare, food and beverage and housing. And then things that haven't changed much are new cars, household furnishings, clothing, and then things that have gotten for the most part cheaper, things like software, toys, cell phone services, televisions, etc., etc. And if you know your regulations, then you might immediately notice a problem here. All the things at the top are things that are very heavily regulated, especially medical care, childcare, food, and...
That is a fucking lie. He is lying here. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, dude. Yeah, man, totally, because there's a ton of regulations on fucking household furnishings, cell phones, and software. Buddy, do you not know what fucking outsourcing is? All of these fucking products that are at the bottom of the graph are fucking outsourced to people for a cheaper fucking labor. And so, guess what? Since a lot of the fucking corporations don't have to pay as much for labor of those fucking products, they can afford to significantly lower the prices on those fucking products. No. Not to mention technological advancements can also have an effect on this as well, and cheaper forms of manufacturing through technological advancements also have an effect on the prices of these goods, whereas again, with the stuff at the fucking top, it's been a lack of fucking regulation that has caused significant increases in the prices of all of these, I would say, inelastic fucking goods. Because, as I have said before, if you are an individual who is sick, you are willing to pay anything. And I mean anything in order to be able to not be sick anymore, or to be able to participate within colleges or whatnot, in order to be able to get a fucking good job. There's been a lot of fucking regulations that have been pro-corporate that benefited them, making it such that the prices on these fucking services went up fucking significantly. And the outsourcing that, for example, happened on all the stuff on the bottom has made it such that, as a result of people not having to pay as much for a lot of the labor costs needed to build these products, it makes it such that the prices of these things go down significantly.
Especially medical care, childcare, food, and housing, or just general hospital services, of course. And so we're seeing that regulation actually just consistently makes the marketed attacks worse. Which, again, remember the cheat code.
Again, like I said before, this is just a lie. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Premiums are about to go up, for example, because of the fucking cuts that happened in the One Big Beautiful Bill. They are slated to fucking double. And if those ACA tax fucking subsidies do not get put back in, premiums are also going to go back up again. He's lying here. That is actually an example of regulation bringing down the fucking costs of fucking healthcare. Again, nonsensical.
When you know that the only way to get people to do things is by force or by voluntary association, it makes perfect sense. But let's just focus on the one at the top here as just the kind of obvious example, hospital services. This one is just so obviously caused by regulation that even somewhat authoritarian and left-leaning think tanks have acknowledged that unnatural monopolies created by patent regulations are some of the biggest causes behind rising healthcare costs. And of course, there's no evidence whatsoever that making it free
Bro, what the fuck does biotech monopolies have to do with hospital services? That's fucking nonsensical, you fucking idiot. That's a completely fucking different part of the healthcare debate. No, the reason for as to why a lot of these fucking hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and also insurers have gone up significantly in terms of pricing is because of the lack of regulation that has been happening consistently. Again, like I've talked about this before the ACA and the PPA, the Patient Protections Act, which people tend to fucking ignore, it was essentially the wild west for fucking healthcare within the United States of America, where any fucking random bullshit can be fucking done. Like, unironically, an insurer could refuse service to you, like, because hypothetically speaking, let's say you get into a fucking car accident, okay? You got into a car accident, and it's going to, if uninsured, cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to get the surgeries in order to fix that, because it's a particularly bad car accident. Sure, whatever. If there was a point within your medical history that your insurance company has access to that basically says, like, oh, this great uncle once had fucking cancer or some shit, because this would happen consistently. They had fucking cancer. We can't agree to help pay for your the insurance in order to help you pay for that fucking hospital bill because of the fucking cancer that happened that long ago. We have no idea if that accident's going to flare up any cancer symptoms as a result of that. It's nonsense. It's an excuse to essentially have these insurance companies, these fucking vultures, essentially try to make more money off of not paying their fucking dues in terms of insurance, because that's exactly how the profit incentive works for those companies, Mentis Wave, to not fucking pay out and force people to have to pay way more money in hospital services, in pharmaceuticals and drugs and whatnot, and also in fucking insurance. That's how it works, buddy.
More Medicaid and Medicare reduces those costs at all. And all of this just adds another layer of problems on top of subsidizing demand. The government will often subsidize demand by trying to make it free, while not getting rid of the problem that they caused, mind you, by regulations, and instead they just force the taxpayer to pay for the problem that government created, thus making the economy more and more inefficient. But I think when it comes...
That's fucking nonsensical, dude. Like, already there's been, because of the laissez-faire approach to fucking healthcare, is already causing tons of inefficiencies. For example, ask yourself this fucking question. Do you really want your fucking doctor to be constantly on the phone with insurance fucking companies, having to talk with them about, like, what is the appropriate rate, what is the copay that's necessary for this procedure, what is the deductible that has to be paid, yada 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 yada, what gets covered in these terms of these procedures based off of the insurance program that someone has. Instead, what would be significantly more efficient if you, for example, had a Medicare for All system, which would cut out all of that fucking bullshit. You'd have doctors who would be able to service fucking people and spend more time servicing and caring for fucking people. Like, the things that this guy wants are significantly more inefficient. Like, what this dude wants, and that is basically a laissez-faire system for medical insurance, for medical care within the United States of America, would make the problem significantly worse.
Comes to regulations, the biggest problem, and I think the biggest lie behind why so many people, and this is the one that even hits some people on the right, or general Republicans and conservatives often fall for this one, the last very big lie is the lie that corruption is a feature of the free market. This idea that lobbying, revolving doors, and political donors and all the corruption that often stems from that is in fact all because of capitalism, and we need socialism to fix it. And this one's kind of an annoying lie. It's a very pervasive lie, and I've noticed that it's a big reason behind why...
Who on the fucking right says that? Like, what? No, they would just talk about Jews. Like, okay, bro.
So many people are turning to socialism, which is insane because when you actually understand it, you realize that this corruption is actually a function of socialism and authoritarian policies and has absolutely nothing to do with the free market.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the free market's the current system that is in place right now in the United States of America. It's an authoritarian government now? Under fucking Biden or Obama? I mean, you can make the argument that Trump is trying to do that, and that he is a wannabe authoritarian.
And is the free market currently not in place right now? And it's currently fucking socialist? Again, fucking nonsense.
And the issue at hand seems to be that you have to kind of understand multiple components of economics and how things work, and you have to understand them all simultaneously to truly be able to see through this lie. It's very obviously a massive and insanely stupid lie when you finally get it. It actually might be one of the most obvious things wrong, at least from my perspective. But that's because I've kind of autistically studied a lot of this stuff. And it's only when you really get things does it become apparent. Now, the long answer...
He's autistically studied this stuff, yet he keeps going back to, like, the reductive fucking bullshit that he keeps saying. It's like, guys, economic exchange only exists on two principles, whether an exchange through power or an exchange through two willing parties. Yeah, I have artistically studied economics. I have a very, very astute understanding for as to how all this shit works now.
I've actually done an entire video on. It was a Refuting Bread 2 episode where I was going over a second thought. But here's a short answer. Here's the simplest way I could possibly explain it, and I must once again resummon the cheat code. Remember how transactions in trade negotiation are either voluntary or they are not?
Dude, it's honestly, it's just reduction to just this simple fucking Mycenaean fucking principle, because I'm pretty sure this is the exact same shit that fucking Mises used to say. Like, it's nonsense. It's obviously not that fucking simple. Like, it's just complete fucking reductionism here.
This is pretty much a true dichotomy that lies at the heart of true economic understanding. Well, ask yourself this. Why is it when a corporation or a rich person tries to bribe a politician through whatever various means of bribery, whether in a legal way or by exploiting some legal loophole, which most of them do, doesn't really matter which one, why are they doing that? And the answer comes from the fact that they have correctly identified that what government really does is that it just moves value around without producing. It is essentially a
So, wait, hold on. I thought it was because there's, like, loopholes that existed, and you pointed out these loopholes before, but now it's because, like, a forehead, just the government inefficient forehead. Like, you're not being consistent with your fucking story here, buddy.
Unproductive class. If trade was voluntary, if people truly wanted something that was coming from the government, they would fund it voluntarily. And so when they're bribing the government, they're always bribing them from a standpoint of wanting the force side.
Okay, so here's an example. I, a simple citizen, want to fund this particular exchange of, I don't know, radishes. Okay, let's say I have a bunch of radishes and I want to go to the market in order to be able to freely exchange that. But there's this corporation who has their own private army that they paid for, voluntarily of course, and they go to me and say, like, those are some nice radishes that you have here. It would be a darn shame if someone decided to take them. And I'd be like, I don't know, are you willing to talk with this, and negotiate for my fucking radish business or some shit for all these radishes I grow? And they'd be like, no. Why should we? I have all these dudes with guns, and I have way, way fucking more money than you do. So we're just going to inherently force you to forcefully take over this fucking successful radish business that you have. I'm not going to fucking operate on a fair basis of negotiation with you. Because again, like, all the things that this guy attributes the government to, the corporations have done consistently. For example, East India Company was a private fucking institution, which had the blessings of the crown and had the authority of the crown to be able to operate and do whatever they want, but they were still a private corporation. What would they do consistently within the British Raj, for example? Economically force people and coerce them in order to have terrible deals or have to take territory for themselves forcefully. There was not willing exchange being done there very often by the East India Company and all these other, like, private institutions that were established by these various fucking monarchies when they were doing, conquests of differing fucking territories, Mentis Wave.
Side of the true dichotomy. In other words, they're just hiring a hitman. And so this kind of then brings us back to the whole tongue-in-cheek humor on Bernie Sanders, the government is corrupt and the solution is more government. But another way to put it is that the hitman is doing evil things, and the solution is to give the hitman more guns and allow the hitman to do more.
That's what corporations do consistently. This is fucking nonsense. Like, yeah, dude, the government's going to hire more dudes with guns if you decide to not, I don't know, exchange on a basis of, like, free value of exchange. It's fucking stupid, man.
Or evil things. And if we do that, then the hitman will prevent people from hiring him to do hitman things. Yeah. And socialists have really done a very good job obfuscating this. And they often don't want to admit the fact that their economic ideas really only have the praxis of force. And thus, they're the ones that are at fault for this nonsense. If you want to reduce corruption, the reality is the only...
Actually fucking nonsensical when there's instances throughout history of private corporations doing that consistently. But whatever, dude.
way to do it is by having an economy and a society that values voluntary trade over the force. So you either reduce the number of hitmen or get rid of the hitman entirely, and that's really pretty much the only thing you can do. The opposite side of this, like say in communist China, they haven't gotten rid of the hitman. In fact, in China, it's even worse because in China, the hitman and the person who would be hiring the hitman are one and the same person, because that's what happens when the government...
What the fuck are you talking about? There's still free market capitalism and like ability to exchange within China, for example. Like this, again, it's nonsensical. Just because there's a lot more state-run and regulations, and the state runs more closely together with the fucking corporations and the companies, doesn't mean that they just randomly decide to throw out fucking hitmen in order to coerce those companies to do certain things. They only do that when the laws within China get consistently broken. Again, this is fucking nonsense, dude.
Government starts taking over private enterprise. And so that's why the idea that you're
Which, by the way, is the same thing that the United States of America does.
fix this with socialism is completely insane. When you get rid of the free market, all you're really doing is just allowing the government to consolidate more power and consolidate more wealth in hopes that the hitman will just do the right thing out of the goodness of his heart, which, spoiler alert, is just not a thing. Anyways, that's all I have to say for this one. Thanks for watching. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe, and if
Nonsensical bullshit from another Mycenaean fucking libertarian. Reducing everything to just a dude, it's only either like the government using force to just get what they fucking want from people in terms of economic fucking exchange, or just the free market only being allowed to operate because of the fact that it always operates off of like a voluntary sort of exchanges, when that's obviously not the fucking case. Again, hey, Mentis Wave, stuff like loan shark businesses are a fucking goddamn thing. They often use force in order to make sure that they get their fucking money back. And a lot of corporations, if you do owe them fucking money, will hire a bunch of fucking loan shark people in order to make sure that they get their fucking money back. That doesn't seem like a free sort of exchange that's being done there. Or they'll get the police in order to do that. That's their fucking loan sharks. Again, obviously nonsensical bullshit here from fucking Mentis Wave in terms of how... God, he didn't even really refute any of the socialist fucking policies whatsoever. He just like put random out of context snippets of fucking articles and random fucking studies that had generally like no prevalence to either the location that is in question or in terms of the time frame. Like he was referring to like 30-year-old fucking studies pre fucking Great Recession in order to refute rent control and rent freezes. It's fucking completely nonsensical. But then again, I expect nothing less from a Mycenaean fucking economist, I guess, for lack of a better term, who basically just operated off of a rather reductive, incredibly fucking reductive sense for how free economic exchange generally happens. But then again, I don't think there's really much else to say besides... as expected of the Mycenaean fucking libertarian who puts in like, I don't know, like random schizo like AI videos about how literal fucking MSNBC is programming people's brains to be sheep. Yeah, dude, MSNBC, known far leftist fucking outlet. MSNBC, whatever, dude, stupid. In order to just operate off of the assumption that people just want to be fucking poor and not be able to engage in the economy, and that is why people are wanting to have like socialism, because they're being all programmed by the media to fucking think like this. It's fucking stupid, it's nonsensical, and I expect no less from a stupid fucking Mycenaean libertarian to spread fascistic, idiotic conspiracy theories. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. Nice fucking meme. Oh, that dude was a fucking dumbass. That took a little longer than I was hoping for. And I got a huge hole in my sock. God damn it, I need a new sock. Go. New sock. One sock breaks, get the new sock. Ay, dude. I thought I'd be able to get a lot of fucking work done, but man, that fucking dude is a dumbass. about a psychological operation. Just want to get my topics de jour. Looking for. I don't know if I can find the thing that I was looking for. Really curious as to what they're going to display tomorrow with the Legends ZA DLC stuff. It's probably going to be... I mean, people are speculating that it's going to be the Lucario Z. I'm inclined to want to agree with that because in the trailer, the poster of for the DLC, the Mega Dimensions or whatever, Hyper Dimensions. I don't remember exactly. For the Mega Dimensions DLC for Pokemon Legends ZA, what generally was displayed there was Karina with a normal Lucario. And if you know anything, it's like, well, that's a little suspicious. That's a little fucking weird. No fucking Mega Lucario for Karina, despite that being her main fucking Pokemon. That's a little suspicious. Excuse me. I attack the fucking hiccups. Bullying people is always necessary. Flame attack. I'm having trouble finding what I'm looking for here. I think I might not talk about this AI shit that I want to yam around about. Actually, I'll do the AI thing as well. Oh yeah, that AI modesty shit, I almost forgot about that. Also, this fucking Grok prompt shit is so fucking annoying, bro. I don't care about Grok, bro. Forgot to say good night to Sacrificial MILF because I was riffing the whole time. Alright. Whoops. Not what I want. Close that. There we go. Lovely. Alright. Let's get fucking started with this shit. Alright, well, we've been seeing this shit make the fucking goddamn rounds. So this... Honestly, this fucking dumbass, yeah, I'll say this complete dumbass at University of Oklahoma is filing a discrimination report after flunking her gender essay for psych class with trans instructor. I mean, just so we can take a look for the essay in question here. So from what I understand, the prompt was to relate to fucking women's studies. There was a particular prompt that needed to be followed up on an article, and you have to write a fucking essay about it. Like, there was an article that she had to engage with, and basically, what did she do instead? Not engage with the fucking article, where she basically just talked about her conservative values and beliefs and started fucking talking about the Bible, which is very, very fucking strange, like, as is being said here. I finally got around to the girl that TPUSA is using to get a transgender professor fired. I was a TA in women's studies. I taught 2 courses and had 65 students. My courses were writing intensive. I read her paper. I would have failed her too. That says nothing to do with the professor being transgender. She didn't engage in the article in question. She attempted to replace empirical evidence with theology. Didn't even, by the way, she like references the Bible, saying like, the Bible says that women have their own fucking purpose in life, and that should be followed, and there shouldn't be fucking transgenders as a result of this. It's nonsensical. You're just not like the reason why your dumbass fucking failed the essay in that fucking assignment is because you were given a prompt in that fucking class saying that, okay, read this article and write an essay about how this pertains to the fucking women's study course that you find yourself under. Do conservatives not understand that, generally speaking, it's going to be a lot more left-leaning people that generally occupy, like, women's studies classes? It's not going to be, like, conservative fucking dipshits that want to maintain some form of, like, hierarchy or something. It's fucking stupid, but then again, we're talking about conservatives here. Conservatives are not very bright. They are very stupid people. So did you really fucking think and believe that it was going to be about like the preaching of like standard conservative fucking values? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, you're going to write about some particular topic that within the article and engage with the article. She didn't fucking do this and instead spouted a bunch of fucking dogma about it instead. Like, fuck it. Like, why don't we even just take a look? Article was very thought-provoking, caused me to thoroughly evaluate the data of the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society. The article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce gender norms. I don't necessarily see this as a problem. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. That's not engaging with the fucking article. You're just saying like you don't see it as a problem, and then you just insert your own fucking theological like ideas within your own like Christian evangelical beliefs. It's very fucking stupid. God is very intentional with that, with what he makes, and capitalizing the H and the he there, okay? And I believe trying to change that would only do more harm. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. Immediate fucking question. Like, womanly desires to do what? Fucking cook and clean the fucking house? God made it such that women are the ones who have to do that necessarily? Really? Why would God have this like super rigid fucking norm and binary for as to what it is expected for women to do consistently? It's fucking nonsensical. No, you're just inserting your own politics into this, and I can guarantee you that the article was not fucking talking about any of this, and you're just not engaging with the article in order to just pontificate about your idiotic religious beliefs. Stupid. It's frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion. That's fucking hilarious coming from you who's trying to conform to the mundane opinion of God has a set purpose and path for all women on the fucking planet. Again, like, it's very obvious and clear that she is not fucking engaging with the prompt and is just preferring to pontificate about whatever Christian evangelical beliefs. Yeah, she should have fucking failed and got, like, fucking kicked out of the course. It's just like, what the fuck is this, dude? This is nonsensical. Like, anyone would have failed her in this particular instance because you're just trying to fucking preach about your stupid, like, religious values here for no reason. Actually stupid. Continuously restated religious dogma in a secular course, and lastly, she said many things that even a cis person would find to be discriminatory. She's allowed to disagree with the article, but if she wants to get a good grade, she needs to engage with the course material. She needed to think critically about it. She did not. Yep, exactly. Like, just saying a bunch, like, we don't have to go through the rest of the fucking essay. It's going to be the same sort of, like, idiotic, stupid, like, regurgitation of religious conservative, like, evangelical fucking beliefs, so repeated over and over and over again. It's like, why are you bringing up any of this? You were told to engage with the article, not just blather on and blither on about, like, idiotic fucking bullshit about stuff that you think that is said within scripture that's not even said within scripture. It's incredibly fucking stupid, dude. And unfortunately, has been done with a lot of universities who have capitulated and bent the knee to the fucking goddamn Trump administration. And University of Oklahoma is obviously one of the not as powerful universities in comparison to Harvard in terms of funding, because they have to get a lot of fucking funding from, the federal goddamn government. They are capitulating to this. They are pretty much just going to capitulate to this because they don't have a choice. They're not as strong, and they have no way of being able to stand with other people, because they just refuse to stand with other people. Because again, a lot of universities within the United States of America are essentially hedge funds first and universities fucking second. The University of Oklahoma takes seriously concerns involving First Amendment rights, certainly including religious freedoms. Upon receiving notice from the student on the grading of an assignment, the university immediately began a full review of the situation and has acted swiftly to address the matter. Giving into the fucking framing here. Again, it was correct for her to be failed, not because of her fucking conservative beliefs, but because she refused to engage with the fucking article. That is the main problem. It's so stupid. First, the college acted immediately to address the economic issue raised by the student, or academic issue raised by the student. College leaders contacted her on the day her letter was received and maintained regular communication throughout the process. As briefly stated, a formal grades appeal process was conducted. The process resulted in steps to ensure no academic harm to the student from the graded assignments. No, there should be academic harm done to this fucking student. She was given a particular set of instructions and did not follow those instructions, and would prefer to pontificate about stupid evangelical fucking thoughts and beliefs in an ostensibly secular class. Stupid. Second, the student reported filing a claim of illegal discrimination based on religious beliefs to the appropriate university office. OU has a clear process for reviewing such claims and has been activated. The graduate student instructor has been placed on administrative leave pending the finalization of this process. Unironically, the professor did nothing wrong, but since conservatives are fucking stupid and are incapable of engaging with basic fucking instructions, the fucking professor has to suffer the consequences of it, of someone who's an unironic fucking dunce. Someone who's unironically a fucking moron. It's not because of the professor being transgender stupid, as TPUSA fucking frames it. No, she just did not engage with the prompt of the essay and prefer to just pontificate about fucking her evangelical Christian beliefs. And funny reason for as to why she probably decided to do this. I believe her mother was a defendant, or not a defendant, but a prosecutor for January 6th to go after in a lawsuit of the Biden DOJ. Let me double check that just to make sure. Let's see. Samantha K. Mother. Oh, Samantha Fulnacki. Here we go. I just want to fucking find the J6 stuff. Christy Fulnacki. Is there anywhere where it says her fucking cases? And she's, of course, got a fucking podcast. Very, very cool. Right here, from the AP News, a man insults judge who sentenced him to 12 years in prison for attacking police during Capitol riot. And who are we going to find in here? Let's see. Christy Fulnecki. Yeah, she defended fucking Capitol rioters who were attempting to do a fucking goddamn coup. Like, come on, bro. Come on, dude. It's an obvious fucking coordinated attack being done by a bunch of dipshit conservatives to try to get a fucking transgender professor fired from her position in university. And honestly, it might potentially fucking work. It might work, considering the fact that universities, except for Harvard, have pretty much bent the knee to the fucking Trump administration. This might actually go through. And a professor is going to get unjustly fired from her position for what exactly? Correctly failing this complete fucking troglodyte, this Mar-a-Lago-fied fucking bimbo, this basket case, who was wholeheartedly incapable of reading an article, following the basic tenets of that fucking article, and just being like, oh, yeah, dude, I'm just going to pontificate about my dumbass fucking religious theological fucking beliefs instead of actually engaging with the real fucking article. It's incredibly fucking stupid, man. It's a grift. It's so clear. Her mom's a fucking J6 a rider defender. So again, spare me with the bullshit. It's another fucking coordinated smear campaign that's being done by all these fucking charlatans and fucking grifters in order to protect this fucking basket case, this stupid fucking moron, and do fucking woke white people DEI for someone who is wholeheartedly incapable of even following the basic prompts of a fucking article to write a 650 word essay. You could have put it in fucking chat GPT for fuck's sake. But you didn't do that. You took that as an opportunity in order to just blither on about incredibly stupid, idiotic fucking bullshit about your theological fucking beliefs. A complete fucking nonsense. It's obvious that this is just a grift, and it's just another instance of TPUSA doing a bunch of DEI work for conservatives. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. Honestly, I think she should get fucking expelled. I'm so fucking for real for that. Also, Alex, where have you been? Where's my fucking Chicago crime report? You have some explaining to do. Well, what's going on here, Alex? Senor Roivas, what's going on here? Listen, just because Boy Meets Minnie is not here to kick the fucking espers doesn't mean I'm not going to be kicking some fucking goddamn espers unless you give me an explanation. I'm pulling up the fucking esper kick. I don't remember how the fucking emote. Fuck! I didn't fuck it up. I'm gonna kick that fucking esper. I'm kicking the espers. Well, what's going on here? May makes a command for Alex Roivas. It always just puts Esperkick. Currently under climate snow crime, so criminals are just shoveling snow and shit. A likely fucking story. The fuck. The Esperkick. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's so good. Anywho. Also, I tore one of my fucking socks got destroyed. Feels bad, man. Whatever. Let's just start with this shit. Guys, did you know that Pete Hegseth's kind of a ghoul? Oh, I'm shocked. Yeah, he's a bit of a fucking ghoul. First off, Pete, that's an RPG. I had no idea that the American military uses RPG fucking 7s. What happened in the fucking SMA? What's going on here? That's a little weird. Hey, Pete, are you sure that it's Franklin, the one who's targeting narco-terrorists, or it's Franklin fucking committing war crimes? Because, again, zero evidence has been presented by the administration because of the bombshell report that said that Pete Hegseth directly ordered the double tap, the second strike, on that fishing boat, the first fishing boat that got fucking attacked from within the current Trump administration campaign of just going after boats randomly that are probably for the most part fucking fishing boats, off of the pretext that the Trump administration has presented, saying that they're all narco terrorists, as in they have basically presented fucking nothing. And from what I understand, even the Republicans are going along with this shit, saying yeah, some Republicans had joined Democrats in saying that if the allegation were true, the second strike could be illegal. Yeah, it turns out it is illegal to give nobody no quarter. And if someone is not able to fight back, that is, you don't just bomb the shit out of them, you go and fucking apprehend them. And he was the one who decided to give the general or was it the admiral? No, it was a commander, rather, the orders to go ahead with the second strike, and the dude fucking followed up with that. And so far, the response the administration's having to this specifically is trying to throw the fucking commander under the bus, which is so fucking funny. Because there can definitely be some investigations into this, and I believe, and I really want to watch this happen. The House Armed Services Committee is going ahead with a subpoena into this. They're going to investigate this shit, which is so fucking funny. Obviously, if that occurred, that would be very serious, and I agree that would be an illegal act. Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, a former Intelligence Committee chairman, said on CBS Face the Nation on Saturday. Republican Senator Rand Paul noted on social media that it is not permitted under the laws and customs of honorable warfare to order that no quarter be given, to apply lethal force to those who surrender or who are injured, shipwrecked, or otherwise unable to fight. So who's ready to start to see potential reining in of the Trump's war powers in terms of the really lazy fucking attempts of them trying to manufacture fucking consent for war with fucking Venezuela? Because again, the justifications the Trump administration has given to go after these random fucking boats is extremely flimsy. So basically, from what I understand, the argument is basically oh, well, we have to bomb the shit out of all these boats because we are currently in a non-armed, armed international conflict with all these terrorist organizations that we have designated as terrorist organizations, which is it makes no sense on a lot of fucking aspects. Because first off, what sort of terroristic actions do drug traffickers engage with? They're not making a political statement when they distribute drugs within the United States of America. That's just them making a bunch of fucking money. Unless making money is now a political statement or something? Well, that's kind of a little weird if that's the fucking case. So, well, that's interesting. I wonder why the Republicans would make that fucking argument. Not to say that the Republicans are angels in this, of course. In November, Senate Republicans blocked a resolution that would have prevented Trump from attacking Venezuelan territory without congressional authorization. And in October, Senate Republicans blocked a resolution that would have stopped the boat strikes. The only reason why some Republicans are now having apprehension for this is, first off, because of those losses in the elections that were suffered, the complete fucking sweep that happened earlier in November on the 5th, and also because a lot of Republicans are starting to express a lot of doubts in the sort of MAGA coalition. And it's because of those losses in those fucking elections. It's pretty much like MAGA is pretty much dead. They're dead. It's a dead fucking movement within the Republican Party, and it's just going to like barely fucking tread water. I think really the thing that's probably going to kill it is the release of the Epstein files, which the Republicans are trying to fuck with. Well, specifically, Trump and the administration is trying to fuck with as much as they can. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, fucking like cope and fucking seethe about it. Like they've done a bunch of fucking strikes. It says up to 21 strikes on alleged drug boats. And Pete Hegseth is saying like, oh yeah, those were all narco terrorists. We confirmed that they were Tren de Aragua. I have to say this again. In grainy 480p camera footage, you guys were able to confirm that amongst the 11 people on that boat, again, with I think it's been said in differing articles that talked about this, where Pete Hegseth authorized and ordered the fucking double tap to occur, where it is really difficult to first off, know what exactly all those people on that boat were doing. Who knows if they were all drug traffickers? It's entirely possible that they were all drug traffickers, but there's no evidence to suggest that might be the case. So again, to say that they are all inherently drug traffickers is fucking nonsensical. But of course, the Trump administration doesn't give a fuck about any of that. They prefer to bomb first and then ask questions later. Stupid, idiotic, incredibly fucking dumb. And they also said that they confirmed the presence of drugs. How can you tell that from, again, grainy 480p drone fucking footage that there was fucking bricks of fucking cocaine on that boat? How? Where would they put all of that shit on a small 4-motor fucking speedboat with 11 people on it? Again, like, it's just strange, because they bombed it before they could even investigate or confirm that there were any drugs on there. They just bombed it, said there was drugs, and then decided to fucking move on. Just like how they said all those people were part of Tren de Aragua. Again, no evidence has been provided by the administration, and when evidence has been asked by oversight committees for that sort of evidence, nothing's been provided. So I'm inclined to believe that there is just no there there, and that the administration is fucking lying. But I'm wondering, how did the White House defend all of this? Why don't we take a look?
Regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen?
So again, we've seen the video of the initial strike, and on purpose, because they also took a video of the second strike, on purpose, the administration did not allow for the footage of the second strike to be shown. Why is that? Because they know what they did is more than likely illegal.
And the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order.
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question...
Again, they have provided zero evidence to say if these people are narco-terrorists or not. That's the biggest contention that people are having with this.
On September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing...
Yeah, dude, they were threatening the United States of America in a random speedboat where they were going up to Turks and Caicos, which is a stone's throw away from the Venezuelan fucking coastline, in order to distribute a bunch of drugs within the United States of America. Again, it's non-fucking sensical. Like, what are you talking about? And in fact, when the strikes were done on the initial boat, on the first boat that they bombed first, they were actually returning from Turks and Caicos and headed back to fucking Venezuela. Why would they be heading back to fucking Venezuela if they're looking to distribute a bunch of drugs within the United States of America in their fucking dumbass speedboat to go up to a country that's about like 2,000-3,000 kilometers away? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's stupid. And besides, do you really fucking believe that you guys would not be able to detect this fucking speedboat and intercept it with the Coast Guard, which is the standard fucking protocol if a random speedboat just decides to show up within the waters of the United States of America? Again, it's just nonsensical, dude.
Illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these.
That's actually not the reason. They mostly talked about affordability, but it's not because they wanted people to randomly just get fucking bombed while riding around in a fucking speedboat.
Strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was
Okay.
well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question.
Wait, no, that's just a lie. No, it was Pete Hegseth who gave the fucking order to go for the second strike. They saw on the camera that there was still two people alive. Admiral Bradley was just like, there's still two people alive. What exactly are we supposed to do here? And he asks Pete Hegseth, and Pete Hegseth gave the order saying, you kill them. And he followed through with that order based off of what the interpretation of that fucking order was. It's just like, okay, well, then we have to bomb the shit out of them again, is what he did. She's being intentionally misleading right there, because the initial order, not the follow-up order, but the initial order from Pete Hegseth was to kill all of them. And then Admiral Bradley gave that fucking follow-up order to do the follow-up strike in line with Pete Hegseth's orders. So this is probably the spin that they're going to try to do in order to make sure that Pete Hegseth doesn't have any accountability for the fact that he definitely ordered for the killings of potentially 11 fucking innocent people. And I think more than likely 11 innocent people. Again, like I said before, the administration has presented no evidence to say that those guys were part of Chender Agua or were narco-terrorists or even trafficking fucking drugs. None whatsoever.
And the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro?
It's a pretty good fucking question. I would have been interested to see the follow-up in that, but I'm more curious. I'm gonna scrounge around and see if I can find Pete Hegseth's response to all of this, because again, yeah, like my heckin' Reno conservative Renos being hypocritical about literally everything. No, shocker. I think Pete Hegseth said some shit about this as well. think he went on Fox and Friends or something to justify his shit. Oh, he has the backing of the fucking president. Pete Hegseth has a fucking goddamn YouTube channel. Jesus Christ. Oh, here's what it is. Okay, so it wasn't Pete Hegseth who gave a response on Fox and Friends. It was the big man himself. What do we have here?
Almost stopped. It's about 85% stopped by sea. You probably noticed that. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea, and we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon. We warn them. Stop sending poison to our...
Okay, we talked about this before, but he literally has said that there are no fucking migrants coming in to the United States of America. How the fuck would they be trafficking drugs if there are no more illegal migrants coming into America? It doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
Our country.
Well, as President Trump prepares more action to combat narco-terrorism, Democrats are busy attacking the administration. They're jumping on the Washington Post report that claims Secretary of War Pete Hegseth ordered the military to kill all alleged narco-terrorists aboard a suspected drug smuggling vessel. Well, Hegseth denies the reporting, but that's not stopping Democrats from accusing him of war crimes.
Do you believe if there was a second strike to eliminate any survivors, that constitutes a war crime?
It seems to. If what has been reported is accurate, I've got serious concerns about anybody in that chain of command.
So I think it's very possible there was a war crime committed, even if you accept their legal theory, that it is a war crime.
If that reporting is true, it's a clear violation of the DOD's own laws of war. This rises to the level of a war crime if it's true.
But beyond the inflammatory rhetoric, there is some concern in Congress over the Pentagon's actions. Republican-led congressional committees will take a closer look in order to ensure that there's proper oversight. Joey, we just asked Senator Blackburn about this, about the calls that are bipartisan now for more explanation that supports the legal justification for these strikes. So what is your take? Is the request for more information reasonable here, or are the Democrats taking it too far by accusing Hegseth of war crime?
Well, if you're Secretary Hegseth and you believe that these truly are false allegations, then you welcome an investigation so they can find out who these anonymous sources are, because that's the calling your bluff, right? If you're going to say this, then you have to come forward in some way, even if it isn't publicly. The other side of it is I think there is some heat that all politicians are getting.
So I'm going to say right now, Pete Hegseth has been consistently calling the story fucking fake news and is doing random AI meme fucking edits with Franklin the Turtle like RPGing fucking boats. Yeah, I think he might have done it, guys. I think he might have fucking done it. Because again, if he was confident, like the Fox News anchor literally said there, if he was confident that he didn't do it, then he would welcome a fucking investigation. But he's not being very welcoming of an investigation. He's preferring to, I don't know, make like really dog shit memes about it instead. So as far as I'm concerned, oh, he's definitely guilty of that shit.
For some sort of oversight on these strikes. I'm not fully against that. This is what I'll tell you. There are a lot of scenarios. The Pentagon's put a couple forward, which tells me they're not landed on an answer. They need to be smart, not say too much in case they do get in a legal battle here. But they're saying stuff like, if they left the boat afloat, regardless of somebody alive there or not, then you're leaving the drugs and something that would be hazardous in other navigation there. A big boat that's just...
Yeah, obviously it's fucking stupid because you blew it up with a fucking missile. They were hanging on some fucking debris. The boat was already destroyed. It more than likely all sank into the fucking ocean. And again, like, if you want to check if there was fucking drugs, even after blowing the fucking boat up, you still go on the boat, you board it, and you fucking check to see if anything was sussy on there. That's what you're supposed to normally do, not just bomb first and ask questions later. It's nonsensical.
Swimming around. The other thing that I felt to be a better explanation is an enemy combatant doesn't have to have a gun to be a danger or a threat. The original rebut or retort, I think, came from Caroline Leavitt or someone that was a spokesperson, was if there were people alive on the boat, this was the very first strike, so we don't know what proximity our people had to them to get to them. And the idea is if you leave anybody alive on that boat, they can signal and let others know what's happening. They can also retaliate through radio to any other combatants that's in the area and start something they didn't want to start.
Incredibly fucking stupid and irrelevant to the overall post. Like, yeah, dude, the fucking, like, random... narco trafficking fucking ambulances on the water are going to come in and pick those people up and recover the drugs that are still stupid.
All of those are justifiable reasons to continue to strike when it comes to rules of war. At the end of the day, I'm just not shedding a tear over somebody who's trying to smuggle, lethal things into our country and has probably done terrible things to other people to do it. It just doesn't move the needle for me, and I don't think it moves the needle for most Americans.
I think no evidence to suggest whatsoever that all those people were on that boat to smuggle illegal drugs into the United States of America. There's just no evidence has been presented.
You're probably right about that. I did hear, Tom, yesterday on our air, Dan Hoffman, who was formerly with the CIA intelligence expert now, and a great contributor to Fox News. He was saying, kind of drawing a distinction between the in-the-water attacks versus on land. And as President Trump has indicated, we're preparing to escalate our interventions here with the narco-terrorists and proceed on land. What Mr. Hoffman was explaining was, look, if we take this on land, that's an escalation from this battle in water. Right now, these strikes in the water. And the Trump administration would be well served in presenting more information, particularly to Congress. Do you think that's warranted? Does Congress need more information?
Probably. I mean, I don't need the information from where I sit, but if I were in Congress, the more information, the better. I'd probably ask, hey, why don't you give us an update? But I honestly, you're probably not surprised. I don't see the big fuss about taking 2 shots instead of 1. I mean, we're murdering them from the sky. And you want to do it in one bomb, but you can't do it in two? It seems a little silly to me, but you know, you can go and have your arguments. Meanwhile, they're going to keep knocking these boats out of the water.
You're absolutely right. Since September, about 80 people have been killed in these strikes. But Alicia, you made the point before, so well made, that this is all about stopping the flow of drugs and remembering that so many countless families that have needlessly and senselessly lost.
I don't know. These guys are just going to keep saying a bunch of stupid shit. Like I said before, there's been zero fucking evidence to say that this is, generally speaking, been conducted lawfully. No evidence has been presented by the administration saying that, oh, those people were a bunch of narco-terrorists and so it justifies bombing the shit out of them. Even if they were a bunch of fucking narco-terrorists and they were able to somehow confirm from grainy 480p fucking black and white footage or some shit, and that they were able to fucking confirm that, it still doesn't justify the fucking bombing that particular instance, because you don't know if those people are enemy combatants, so you don't just bomb the shit out of them. It's just wrong in every sort of respect. If there is, again, suspected narco traffickers on a fucking boat on the way to distribute and smuggle fucking drugs, you board the ship, you seize the crew, and you do a search. That's how you do it. None of that procedure was fucking followed, because unfortunately that's cucked and liberal, like, international fucking law shit. And we're the heckin' base Trump administration who just bombs the fuck out of people and doesn't give a fuck about anyone. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking meme, dude. But yeah, like, what else are you really supposed to say to this besides he definitely did this shit and he definitely gave that order and the admiral fucking followed through with it, both of which being bad, and both of them should be held to account and sent to the fucking Hague for trial for this. That's it. 1000% Boy Meets Mini. If this was done to ships coming from the UK, oh boy, that would be a complete fucking international quagmire. That'd be a complete shit show. But it's being done to like random fucking brown people, so meh, who gives really much of a fuck about that? I don't think it'd be World War III, Boy Meets Mini. It'd be fucking NATO fighting the United States of America, and China and Russia would just be like, I mean, if you guys want to fight it out, that's your guys' problem. Whatever, we don't give a shit. It wouldn't be World War III. It'd be like just the West fighting themselves. Like that's literally it. Because Trump and all of his morons are just a bunch of idiots who don't give a fuck about the rule of law. But yeah, Pete Hegseth, I think he definitely did that shit. I think the admiral is also culpable there because he shouldn't have followed through with that law, because it's an illegal, unjust fucking order. And if I recall correctly, I think like the original sort of admiral of Southcom, I think resigned after all of the orders and all of the bombings of these fucking boats were happening. Like, so I guess the only people that are left are just like all the fucking stupid stooges, especially with the press corps within the Pentagon, because most of them got fucking kicked out, and a lot of the journalists that were working in there in the press corps just left out of principle, saying like, yeah, we're not just going to do the fucking dirty work of just talking about fucking propaganda and presenting the narrative of the fucking administration to the American people. Like, even the Fox News contributor, and I think even the Newsmax one also decided, I think it was the only one that stayed was OAN, but they're like a complete fucking propaganda rag. But you know it's bad if even the Newsmax guy says like, no, fuck that, absolutely the fuck not. No, I'm not following through with this dumbass order. This is just against the principles of fucking free speech, of which it is. So I don't think there's really much else to say besides Pete Hegseth definitely did that shit. He's a war criminal. The admiral, commander rather, decided to follow through with that shit. And they decided to fucking randomly just strike some people for no fucking reason. But yeah, that's cool. That's great. Fantastic. It's all illegal, all a bunch of bullshit, and both of them should be held to account. And when, it's not going to be if, when this fucking hearing happens, it's going to be really funny to see if it is both the commander and also Pete Hegseth that is there. And I want to see the fucking drama and the fireworks happen, because the administration is trying to basically throw the commander under the fucking bus, which is really, really fucking funny to me. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides that was definitely a war crime, Pete. Definitely a war crime. Man, I spent a lot more longer shitting on that, like, libertarian Micean guy than I should have. So I'm, like, in a bit of a rush to talk about all this other shit that I wanted to talk about. But man, that fucking Mentis wave, very stupid. Another Micean, like, Mises caucus fucking dumbass. Very stupid, very dumb. Extremely low IQ. Oh, also we talked about the stupid transgender fucking bullshit as well. With that University of Oklahoma shit. Where there's essentially essentially like a psyop is being done. Like, imagine wanting fucking DEI for a good grade on a 650 word fucking essay, dude. 650 word essay, and you guys want fucking DEI for that shit. That's actually, like, I think the most pathetic thing on the fucking planet, dude. Unironically. I forgot that Franklin the Turtle is actually Canadian, huh? Dude, Franklin the Turtle publishers condemning Pete Hegseth's bullshit. Franklin the Turtle is a beloved Canadian icon who has inspired generations of children and stands for kindness, empathy, and inclusivity. We strongly condemn any denigrating, violent, or unauthorized use of Franklin's name or image, which directly contradicts these values. Bro. Anyhow, let's talk about this fucking bullshit, dude. We've been seeing a lot of these fucking videos make the rounds of these hyper-realistic AI video women going around and shit like this. Yeah, if you thought she was real, she's not real. She's AI. Yep. It's genuinely fucking crazy. Like, the catfishing that's going to happen out of this is going to be genuinely fucking hilarious. Very, very big debate. Very, very, very big debate. Absolutely believe it's many. And it broadly comes back to the point that I've been saying with a lot of the history for as to what the bourgeoisie and the corporations and the rich have been trying to do in terms of deterioration of social sort of social norms of people being able to be sociable with one another. And I'm going to bring up concepts within fucking capitalist realism and Mark Fisher yet again. The capitalist, the rich, the bourgeoisie, what have you, is willing to do anything possible, and I mean anything fucking possible, in order to commodify every aspect of human existence. Ever since the fucking 30s, after the collapse and the failures of fucking capitalism, and the rising tide of general sort of workers' emancipation and rights, and also union power and socialism in general. With the failures of capitalism after the fucking Great Depression, after everything crashed in 1929, it made it such that the rich were forced, and they were forced to have to give up fucking concessions for the working class. And it was slated, like, at that point, capitalism was over and socialism was ready to take over. But FDR made a grand bargain to essentially save capitalism, because that's what the New Deal was. It was a savior of fucking capitalism, because that shit was fucking done. It was over. But the New Deal was the one thing that FDR was able to get in negotiations in order to be able to save the, well, unironically save the fucking Republic of the United States of America, which should have collapsed at this point. And ever since the advent of the New Deal, a lot of the corporations and the rich, do you think that they sat back and rested while they were getting fucking taxed in order to pay for fucking Social Security and a lot of the other necessary programs and regulatory boards that existed? Fuck no. What they did immediately was start to chip away at union power, chip away at worker power. And the first tranche of how this happened was through suburbanization, through isolation of people, making it such that if you have to go with a car, go with it and have a fucking commute, do you really have the ability or the opportunity in order to be able to socialize with your fellow man or woman, with the employers all also riding in the exact same public cars with you, or public transit with you, or walking along the same sort of places with you, in order to have them be able to hear of your discontent towards that, rich person in particular? Oh, that doesn't make them feel very comfortable. They have problems with that. So we're going to basically make it such that infrastructure within the United States of America makes it such that people are not able to have social interactions with one another, and begin the process of isolation of people. And then within the 70s, with the collapse of the labor unions, huge fucking corporate consolidation was starting during that time, which was heavily ratcheted up. Well, first it was the fall of the fucking unions, and with the fall of the unions, wages of course started to suffer as a result, because there's no power to be able to bargain against these people. And also with the Ronald Reagan getting into power, his significant amounts of corporate beneficiary policy basically made it way worse. So much fucking goddamn worse, right? Because of more corporate consolidation and capture at the top and throughout the fucking state, incentivized by Reagan. Then we have Clinton furthering that along with the repeal of fucking Glass-Steagall, and then we had Obama bailing out the banks during the Great Recession of 2008, making it such that the economic situations within the United States of America gets worse and worse and worse and worse, further isolating people from one another, because now we are in full suburbanization mode. People need a car in order to be able to get anywhere, and with people not able to pay for insurance for the cars, gas for the cars, their food, all of their bills that are racking up, medical bills, what have you, people not being able to pay for all of that stuff has made it such that people are more and more and more isolated than ever. And it makes it such that there are rather perverse effects. For example, why are there all these fucking incels that have made it way fucking worse for people, for these guys, in order to be able to find a fucking partner? It's because of that social isolation that's been prompted by all of these economic policies that have been beneficiary for the corporations and the rich throughout basically the latter part of a century. And of course, the corporation is going to corporation. They are going to attempt to further consolidate more and more and more power under itself. And this got hyper accelerated during Trump thanks to a lot of his fucking tax cuts during 2017. The situation has only gotten worse from there. Biden recognized that there were some problems here and did some stuff to address some of the issues, but at this point it's too little too late. It's over, more or less. And Joe Biden was not going to ever be that transformational candidate to do a new deal, because that is what is necessary at this point to stave off the second collapse of American capitalism, because I do believe it's going to happen eventually. We'll see what happens when the AI bubble pops specifically, but I think that's going to be a propellant to the further collapse. Like, it's going to fucking happen, because again, all this investment and there's like basically nothing to show for it. It's a bubble, so clearly a fucking bubble that's being maintained through a bunch of exchanges by a bunch of differing fucking goddamn companies to make it look like there's some form of velocity within the economy. It's bullshit. It's a bunch of gobbledygook. It's not real velocity of money throughout the economy, obviously. And here is the current next frontier of that further hyper-commodification as described by Mark Fisher, and the social isolation as well. Commodifying all forms of social interaction. And in this case, it's with shit like AI companions and all of these fucking AI women as well, that now these incredibly socially rejected and dejected men are now going to start turning to more and more to fulfill their sort of like sexual urges and fucking desires. And if there's like android women, like, because there's been like some fucking dumbass incels that have been talking about this, saying like, dude, if there's android women with like artificial wombs and stuff like that can grow your children, oh yeah, like it's gonna be like sick, and women are gonna be completely fucking screwed. Men will never have to interact with women ever again. And it's, first off, incredibly fucking demeaning that the only way that these motherfuckers think of women as like nothing more than fucking broodmares, that they need to exist only in the kitchen, barefoot and fucking pregnant, pumping out fucking babies for them while they, I don't know, like sit on their asses in their own fart and piss and shit, basically being like detestable little weirdos online. And as I've said before, with all these like AI companion stuff and all this like AI women and shit like that, the only purpose for stuff like this is to further that social isolation, to make it easier for a lot of corporations and the rich to further fucking exploit you, to not have those social interactions and force you to be isolated. Because again, we've said this concept before, monkey together are strong, monkeys separated, not strong. Pretty simple fucking concept. What do we have here? Meet Michelle. She's stored on a server in Iowa. I really do believe that this shit right here, beginning of the death for fucking humanity.
I guess the main thing is... Wait, can we start over? Sorry. This guy...
Whoa.
This guy, Jeff, he can't direct worth shit.
What are you supposed to say to this? I mean, it's impressive how hyper realistic this is, but what purpose does this fucking serve? Again, like, if there's anything that causes the popping of the fucking AI bubble, it's gonna be shit like this. Because it's just like, bro, what is the point of all this? What, it's to get like weird incels rocks off or something, to like this, I don't know, a random AI girlfriend that doesn't fucking exist, in order to further depress them and cause them to, I don't know, want to commit self-delete like much faster, because they'll never be able to pull a woman like this ever in their fucking lives. Like, it's sickening to me. Like, unironically, this is nonsensical. And I mean, there's more instances of all this shit, right? Like, I don't know, this dumbass doing a prompt for this to create some random fucking gamer girl. Dude, dog, she's not real. You can't interact with her, or you can't have fucking feelings for her. You people are fucking weirdos for wanting to make all these women who, I don't know, can't say fucking no to you because you generated her through the prompt of an AI. Because there's also like a deeply perverted, like misogynistic bent toward all of this. And they're also going to make the women look a lot younger, generally speaking, because of course they're going to make them look a lot younger because of these sort of like perverted, sort of like twisted incentives that these people have in their minds for wanting to maintain dominance of a particular fucking hierarchy and fucking control over women. Because for these people, they never treat these people as individuals who have their own desires and dreams and wants and fucking desires. They are seen as tools to be fucking controlled, to be broken down into nothingness. It's like, this is why I say shit like this is fundamentally anti-human. And we also have this shit, like, bro, that's really loud. What is this? It doesn't matter like what we're saying here, because it's a bunch of unintelligible fucking garbage. It's AI generated fucking like Drexlop. And there's like people saying like, oh, it's the end of fucking goddamn humanity, dude. Very, very good. We're gonna end humans because you have this android girl right here who's just going to basically have an artificial womb, and then you'll never need to interact with fucking women ever again. And you see how, like, bro, it's again, gotta have the woman look as fucking young as possible, because in the minds of like these fucking weirdos, like, can't be having any of these unfresh fucking wombs because those eggs are basically all dead. They've hit the wall if they get to fucking 30. Nonsense, obviously. It's very fucking stupid. Like, we gotta have these like weirdo, non-sentient artificial brood mares, because we're incapable of ever interacting with any women, because if we try to interact with any women, we're just miserable fucking wretches and weirdos, and we're automatic fucking repellent to all of them. It's genuinely fucking insane to me. And again, look at all this shit. Like, another instance. I can't even tell if this is like a fucking teenager or not. Look at how fucking young she looks. It's genuinely insane. And it's just like all these fucking AI dudes are just generating them because they're young and incapable of having a woman ever smile like this as well. And yes, it's called the nano banana, right? Nano banana is like the current like AI fad these people are using in order to generate all these fucking women. It's fucking weird, man. So fucking weird, dude. Like, oh, look at all these like women that we're generally making who have, never consented to any of this whatsoever, because consent to us is highly fucking goddamn cringe. We hate fucking consent because we actually hate women in reality, which is why all these people are doing this. It's a power play to them. It's about maintaining fucking hierarchy for these people. And like I said before, this is great for the corporations and the rich, tying this all back to capitalist realism and Mark Fisher. In the hyper-commodified society that we find ourselves under, the corporation, the rich, will do anything possible, and I mean anything possible, in order to monetize all facets and aspects of life. And if that also means fucking social interactions, then they'll also do fucking social interactions as well. Like, I genuinely do believe that this shit is fundamentally anti-human. I don't know, who cares about like what the rest of this fucking dumbass video says? Who gives a shit, right? It's fake woman. She doesn't actually exist. She's not real, and it's being generated by a bunch of fucking goddamn weirdos who do not see women as fucking people, but they see them as tools, as homunculi, as fucking simulacra that is simply intended to do one thing and one thing only, be nothing more than broodmares. And they're willing to shell out all this fucking money to these stupid AI companion companies and shit like that, simply due to the fact that that is the next fucking frontier of commodified, like the hyper commodified capitalist reality that we find ourselves under. The final vestige of the only thing that's not been monetized by these fucking demons, and that is people's ability to be able to socially interact with one another. This should be rejected at all costs. This should be gotten rid of and should be destroyed, unironically, because fundamentally speaking, This is the beginning of the end of humanity. And it's all being done at the behest of all these like stupid, rich, asshole elitists who are I just want to make a buck off of you, just exploit people, or a bunch of like lonely fucking weirdo men who also just want to get their fucking rocks off and not want to interact with any fucking woman whatsoever, because if they try to do it, they will come off as the miserable, ostensible fucking weirdos that they always have been. Don't think there's really much else to say besides Mark Fisher is rolling in his fucking grave right now. What is this? AI Apostles and Charlie Kirk? Oh, God. Of course they're doing AI Apostles and shit. Dude, being like an evangelical fucking preacher is the easiest thing on the planet. You just say like random schizophrenic nonsense with some like pertinence to the Bible. Like, it sounds like close enough and to shit within the Bible. And then, whatever. Fuck it. This sounds like it could apply here, so that's fine. It applies here. Very cool and very good. We'll just move on with our fucking lives. It's fucking stupid, man. Imagine being so fucking lazy that you can't even, like, be an evangelical preacher properly. It's honestly, it's fucking pathetic to me, dude. It's not the easiest thing. First you need to kill what's left. No, if you're sold, it's not easy. That's true. Well, to be fair though, Alex, these people never had souls to begin with. So, curses. Like, what souls? Is the immediate follow-up question that I would have. These people have souls? No, they don't. They never had those from the beginning. Let's raid out to Riverboat Jack. Alright, raid messages. Idiots. You know what to do and you know what to say. Transcribe with the .rate, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the Y with the .rate, but so we show appreciation. Those are into In Case Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be continuing with our escapades upon TIBER, which I kind of only like barely started. Yeah, it is what it is. So we'll be continuing with TIBER, and we will be also continuing with yapping about fucking bullshit. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.